and being our last day, because we target probably to finish at 1, then from there they will be able to join with us. And the beauty is that we had met each other, they had introduced themselves, and we'll be able to do that. So with those few remarks, I would want to request a volunteer to start us off with a word of prayer. Then we can do the other bits of the program. Anyone?
I can pray.
Thank you.
Let us pray. Our dear Heavenly Father, we come to you, Jehovah, this morning, giving you thanks and praise for this new day. Dear loving Father, we want you to take control of this meeting. Whatever we are going to learn, let your will be done. Those who are coming, oh Father, may you continue granting them learning mercies wherever they are going to, Father. We surrender the lecturer and every student, oh Father. We ask all this in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. So once again, good morning and warm welcome. For the purpose of Nancy, my name is Rhoda. We had done some introduction yesterday. I said I'm a HR practitioner, a HR consultant, and CHRPK, and also combining with my active work and employment. And we had a very fruitful discussion yesterday on the topic of building influence, and where we were able to relate it to collaborative management and leadership. And we were able to see how we can borrow from one item on another. Maybe Alice, Margaret, and Pamela, now that Nancy was not there, you could just give us maybe some recap. We do a recap of what we learned yesterday, just in very few words. What was your take home on the topic building influence? And what is it that was an eye opener from the session that we had? Anyone could start?
Okay, good morning, Mwalimu.
Good morning, Alice.
Yeah, my take home was that in collaboration, you get all the views, then you discuss together. It's kind of a teamwork approach to doing things. Of course, as the leader, you have the final say, but you will have taken into account the other members' contribution, even those below you. And Mwalimu, today I'll excuse myself, I'm not too well. So if you see me keeping quiet, you will understand. Yeah. So I'm a retired HR practitioner in the public service, and serving currently as a commissioner in the IGRTC's, which is Intergovernmental Relations Technical Committee, which looks into whose main purpose is to keep harmony between the two levels of government, the national government and the county governments, through being the facilitator for meetings, for get together. Yeah, so that is what I do currently. And I'm happy to participate in this. I believe learning is lifelong, and even there's always something new to learn, even in performance management. Maybe we have done many times, but there is something to learn every time with a new group. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alice, and you will get well. We are praying for you. You're in our prayers, and we hope you'll be able to maybe continue with us and as we concentrate. So thank you very much, Margaret.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Margaret.
Okay. Okay, my name is Margaret. I work at Morimu National Circle. My take home yesterday was I learned various types of barriers to effective communication, and I learned that there are so many, and how we can be able to understand. We can be able to understand in the non-verbal communication with other people.
Great, that's good, Margaret. we go to Pamela. Pamela, welcome. Just tell us what you took home.
Thank you and good morning, everybody. My name is Pamela Luanga. I am a HR practitioner, and maybe from yesterday's session, of course, I came in and in the middle, but the few things I learned was about influencing people as a leader. And mostly what was very interesting was how to deal with the difficult people, the importance of feedback and how feedback should be shared, and the other elements of you as a leader, the way you carry yourself and how that influences people into being able to work with you well. I think that was very crucial because sometimes we think that what we have learned, we just want people to do it. It all starts with you. So I thought that was very, very good for me. So that was my take home.
Great. I can see we were in the same panel, and that is very profound. And we were able to look at ourselves in terms of the knowing who we are, so that we know how we can influence people, and that is very good. So with that, Nancy, do you want to make a comment and tell us something, and probably what you know about that topic or what you had learned before? Then we can proceed with performance management as the next topic that we have. Nancy, just tell us something. Introduce yourself so that we know each other.
Okay, thank you. My name is Nancy Okita. I work as a HR officer at Shelter Freak with almost 10 plus years in experience. And the topic of influencing people is very interesting. And I'm so unfortunate that I missed it. But with the recap, I believe I will get there. Thank you.
Okay. So thank you very well. Thank you very much and welcome, Nancy. You need not to worry because I know Dance will share the notes. You'll be able to have all the video recordings for yesterday, so you'll be able to follow up and see how much we really contributed. So what we did yesterday, we co-facilitated all of us because we are such a small group, and we could have people giving their experiences, their knowledge in that. They could read for us, we could share workplace experiences because we also have the same challenges, and the session went very well, and I hope everybody enjoyed. So today, as we promised, we are going to look at the topic of performance management. I know this is one of the only topics that we have in our workplaces. And when I asked my other class about performance management, and I asked them among the HR practitioners that we have and the people that we had in the panel, how many of us take performance management as one of their best assignments in the workplace? And majority of them, in terms of ranking, was saying this is an area that brings a lot of conflict. It's an area that HR feels a lot of frustration because what they do, they have to keep on initiating the performance appraisals from the senior managers. They could express their dissatisfaction with how people respond because you have to write like 10 emails before anybody. There are even cases that we could hear that you will write emails and some departments or some senior managers would be non-responsive and you'll not get the appraisals that you want for you to be able to submit any reports. So we will look at it with an open mind. I know this is one of the topics we learned from the time we started doing our diplomas, the CHRP, in your degree, in your master's level. This is one topic that never misses. And especially having worked in a couple of years in HR, you'll also realize even in the workplaces, it is a topic that is taught and learned, and you never get a complete grip of it. So for us, we'll be able to look at in entirety what is performance appraisal, what is performance management, what is the processes, what are the errors that you can make, and what are the pitfalls maybe to avoid, and how can we improve these processes and the systems, and also how can we influence the other people so that they can be able to be responsive to our needs. I hope you can see my screen. Kindly confirm that you're able to see my screen.
Yes.
Great.
Yes.
So we will start from today's, by the end of this, by the time we break for lunch to close this symposium, we want to understand what is performance management. And again, we want to describe the elements of performance management system. You can see it's in an integral system. It is not a one-time event. We also want to see the objectives of performance management. Why do we keep on insisting about performance management? Why can't we just work and go on? Then we'll also explain the entire process of performance management. We're going to look at the key to performance management. What are the things that we can do? We are going to see the differences between a performance appraisal and what we call the performance management. Some of us, I think if we were to revisit our HR policy and go to the item of performance management, is what we have in the policy performance management, or are we talking about performance appraisal, which is normally done and anchored in HR? And how do we actually relate that to the whole organization performance management? We're also going to look at the various performance appraisal methods that we have. I'm sure you have different, we're going to share experiences. What is it that you're using in your organization? How many people are looking at balance scorecard, which is a very, one of the most popular tools that is being used? Are you using it as a performance evaluation tool? Are you using it as a performance appraisal tool? Or is it a tool that is being used to evaluate the strategy? Then we're also going to look at how, or the steps that we're going to use in terms of writing the performance and also goals. We are going to look at the tips for successful management of the performance and the key performance indicators, how we can come up with them. We'll also look at the challenges that we experience as HR and also as organizations when it comes to performance management. Again, finally, what are some of the errors that majority of us in HR and also in our departments or as employees we look at, and in terms of the performance management. We will also look at first what I say, before you became a HR, you became an employee of an organization. First, you are an employee, then you are given a role of HR, and then you are given the other leadership roles. What is that responsibility that an employee should have in the organization so that they are able to understand this performance management, know what they are supposed to do and not what to do. So we'll also look at the role of the employees in an organization in terms of performance management, because we said it's a process and it's integrated process with other processes. There's no way performance management can stand alone. So in terms of the introduction, this is just a case study of an organization called HR, which has several employees working across different departments, and it has been recording decreased profits. So upon auditing, there was low performance across many departments, and that is the time, at the time of the audit, they started asking themselves, why are we having low sales of our products? The bottom lines were starting to dim and they were low. So they looked at it, what is the problem? And they were trying now to analyze what has been happening in those departments. So they could, we say the company could have easily used an effective performance management system to monitor, that is everyday monitoring, and also to manage the performance of the workforce. Then performance management, it's an important management tool, which is critical for every organization so that they can know the progress. For every organization, you remember we discussed about management by objectives. There is need to actually keep on monitoring and reviewing to see the objectives that we set at the beginning of the period. Are we in good progress? Are we in track, or we are falling off? And that is how the performance management tools comes about. And the performance management, it's an everyday affair. It is not what happens at the end of the quarter, end of the half year, or the end of the year. It should be continuous review of what you are doing. So probably we could just share experiences in our workplaces. Where you work, how do you think you monitor performance to actually see whether your department or your organization is on track on what maybe you purpose to do in terms of the strategic plan or the departmental? Let's hear from people. What is it that you're doing? Some of the techniques that you're using, as basic as they could in the workplace, to show that you are on track or you are able to know the heartbeat of the performance. Let's share experiences. What are some of the techniques and the tools that we use? Anybody can go. some of the techniques.
Can you repeat the question?
The question I'm asking, Margaret, in our workplaces, there is a way we monitor the performance, whether it's in individual performance, the group performance, or departmental performance. What are some of the methods or techniques that you use to monitor performance in our workplace?
Okay, if I go first, I can say quarterly performance appraisal, where you can maybe come up with, first you can come up with an individual target between the employee and the supervisor. Then you can be monitoring that on maybe on a quarterly basis. These can be done again by the supervisor and the employee.
That we've talked about quarterly appraisals. What about on a daily basis, monthly basis, so that you know by the end of the quarter, this is where I am as an employee? Do you keep any records? Do you keep any tracks? And how do you keep them? Margaret.
Okay, where I work, we don't have any, maybe I can say feedback, but we don't keep any track.
You don't keep any track. You don't keep any track. You wait until the end of the quarter.
Yes.
Any other? Do you have any person with a different observation? Great, we'll pick them as we go because I can see there are no comments. So we can proceed and we look at performance management. Let's have someone telling us what is the understanding of performance management. Nancy, could you give it a try? What is performance management? Nancy, is Nancy there?
Yes, I can hear you. Sorry, network.
Okay, you can hear.
Yes.
Performance management. What does performance management mean to you?
Performance management, the way I understand it, is creating an environment that staff can be able to perform and deliver whatever is expected of them. And
creating an environment.
Yeah, creating an environment that will enable them to perform. And appraisal is where we now, what do you say? You now rate or rank, gauging the performance. Is the staff an exceedingly good performing or average? That is where you now appraise the staff in the appraisal. But management is where you just create that environment by giving the job description, making sure that the staff knows what he or she is expected to do.
And they understand their role.
Yeah.
That's very well. So Margaret, just read for us what is performance management in what you have. You can see my slide. What is performance management? Please take us through that.
I can't see the slide.
You can see. Nancy, are you able to see the slide?
Nancy, are you able to see the slide?
No, there's nothing on the screen. There's nothing on the screen.
Okay, let me try to reshare again. Please confirm if we can see it.
Yeah, now we can see.
We can see. Yes, great. Margaret, you can see?
Yes, I can.
Yeah, please read for us.
Okay. Performance management means systematically managing all the people in an organization for innovation, goal focus, productivity, and satisfaction. Hence, performance management is the approach to the management of people using performance, plan goals and objectives, measurement, feedback, and recognition to motivate people to realize their maximum potential.
Yeah, that's very well. Thank you. It's very well aligned to what Nancy has explained, that performance management, it's systematically managing all the people. This starts right from recruitment, how you recruit your people so that you are able for them to be able to work in the organization that they have. So we are saying it involves planning. There's also setting of the objectives, the measurements, giving feedback, and this should be real feedback in terms of the timelines, and also recognition and to motivate the people who are, so that they can be able to work at their maximum potential. So that is basically what performance management is. Then in a general sense, it is integrated. It is not isolated. It is integrated because it affects 4 types of integration in any organization. And it talks about the resources, there's something that has gone wrong. So it talks about the resources, the functions of the department. It looks at the people and also the processes that we have. So that is how it is an integrated processes that we have, the human resource, the functions of the organization, the processes, and also maybe the technology and all the aspects that are there. So in terms of the definition, we can look at some of the definition of performance management that has been given by many scholars. And the first one we can say is a strategic and integrated approach to delivering sustained success to organizations by improving performance of people who work in them and by developing the capacity of the teams and the individual contributors. So one thing that we should be able to pick as HR, for us to expect for people to perform well in their role, there must be clarity of roles. They must understand what is expected of them in any organization. Again, for them to be able to deliver those goals and their objectives optimally, it is our responsibility to ensure that they have the right competencies, the qualifications, and also that we continuously build their capacity in terms of the training, on the job trainings also. There's what we were calling the team swaps, and also issues of mentorship and the coaching, so that they're able to deliver. So an important aspect of performance management is performance appraisal, what Margaret was talking about. Performance appraisal is after you do the planning and you set the objectives. Then regularly, probably at the end of the quarter for some institutions, at the end of the year or half year, then you sit down and give feedback in terms of evaluation. Those are what we call the staff appraisals. Then, I don't know whether you are still with us. There's someone who is requesting to be added to the list of the panel. That is Edith. She's still struggling. Edith, have you been added? She's not able to contribute. Then kindly add Edith to the panelist so that she can be able to contribute. Welcome, Edith.
Thank you.
Great. So let's look at some of the elements that makes up performance management system. Edith, now you're with us?
Yes.
Yes. Kindly read for us some of the elements of performance management system. There are 3.
The key elements of a performance management system include the following: a formal compensation philosophy statement, salary administration program, a formal audit / success rating overview on an annual or periodic basis with disclosure of results to management. Great.
So we'll look at each and every one of them. Let's look at the first one, a formal compensation philosophy statement. And it says the company policy should be such as to implement a fair, consistent, and industry competitive compensation program so as to attract, to motivate, and retain qualified employees. This policy is specifically designed to compensate employees on the basis of their performance, consistent with the company business needs, and also the financial capability. It also continues to say the company will administer its compensation programs without regards to race, religion, national origin, color, sex, age, or disability. The company will adhere to all the laws and the regulations regarding the job classification, or what we call the job grading, amount of pay, and equitable compensation treatment to the employees. An overall salary administration program should be designed that will provide the company with a competitive and easy to use performance-driven pay system. This will include the necessary guidelines for determining salary increases based on the performance, as well as related administrative procedures. So in a nutshell, for any performance management system to work properly, that is effectively in any organization, it must be anchored on a formal compensation philosophy. And this is one of the things that should be in your policy in terms of the performance management. There must be a way of compensation of reward basing on the performance. In many organizations, we have what we call the bonuses. Some organizations, I know, they still base their salary increment on the performance of employee and also the performance of the business. This is also applicable when you go to negotiations. You'll see as you're doing the CBA negotiations and the increases of the salaries, it will be based on the performance. How did the performance of the organization in terms of it and the money that was made and the revenue. So the expenses in terms of the salary should be anchored and should have very clear policies. The other institution who have the 13th salary, you get an equivalent of your salary, which is the 13th salary after a good year of performance. Then what do we mean by salary administration programs? For us to be able to carry out effective administrative programs for the salary, there are various activities that goes into it. The first one is the job evaluation. This is where most of us will engage consultants to do job evaluations for them, which looks at the relative worth of the job, the kind of responsibility that you have been given, the grading of this job, what is the equivalent of what is the worth of that job. That is what we call the job evaluation. Performance appraisals, we cannot re-emphasize. This is what mostly it's anchored in HR that we keep on following people to do, the appraisals. Then we have pay for performance salary programs, like the ones we have discussed. Group incentives plans. What do you do for the group when the organization performs well? Then we also have individual incentive programs where we have the best performing employees, then they are rewarded, maybe the best department that has done. Other reward programs, they could be just commendations letters and the recognition letters, and also compensation communication, which should be done to the employees. And finally, formal audit and the success ratings is like the case study we saw earlier, where they did an audit of the organization because the profits were going down. So this, you could do them through a consultant's firm, or maybe the organization can put together effective performance monitoring measures so that they have what we call the dashboards. How many of us have heard about the dashboard, especially the people in the private, where you normally have daily performance being posted on a platform called the dashboard? Like you can say by close of every day, these were the sales that came on. These were the cash deposits that came. These were the customers who are called. These were the calls that were made. We have them in every department. How many of us have heard about dashboards or have used dashboards? Anyone? As a performance tracking tool?
No, I haven't.
Sorry?
I have not used it.
You've not heard about dashboards? It could be even Excel formats where you track the sales per day and the activities per day, and the track that where you take maybe your quarterly appraisal and the targets that you have for the quarter, you break it down into months, then you break it down into weeks and days so that you can track how well you're doing. So that's how the dashboards work. We can continue. Nancy, kindly take us through the principles of performance management. And these are just straight forward points where you can maybe unpack for us just to understand what it's true. Alice, Nancy seems not to be able to do that. Anybody, Pamela, are you able to see the screen?
Yes.
Kindly.
Principles of performance management supports business-oriented strategy, is values-based, communicates organizational mission, fulfills responsibilities to organizational members, enables employees to manage own performance, manages expectations, clarifies roles and responsibilities, creates partnership between management and employee.
Sorry.
Emphasizes importance of measurement, feedback, and reinforcement, empowers employees, natural extension of management.
Would you want to just break it down for us? Like when you say a supports business-oriented strategy, how does performance management support business-oriented strategy?
Okay, performance management supports the business-oriented strategy because then you are looking at what are those key elements that would support would ensure that the performance of within the organization is in line with what the strategy of the organization is aiming at. Yeah. If, for example, our strategy is about increasing our sales, then the performance will be geared towards ensuring that our sales are increased. How are they going to be increased? Either we enhance these people who are doing the sales, we look at the avenues that will enable us just increase our sales in whatever we are doing. So it is intertwined in the overall strategy of the organization.
Great, brilliant. That's what actually it really means, because for any performance management of an organization to operate effectively, it must be cascaded, or it must be talking to our group strategy. So we'll have managers going to make the strategic plan, which is normally 5 to 10 years kind of a strategy, where they'll come up with strategic pillars, like 5 of them, and against each pillar, we will have the strategic objectives. And all these strategic objective is what the goal of the organization is. So when you're coming up with a performance management, it must be based on that business-oriented strategy. And when you're looking at the strategy, that is where you will find our values, you will get our mission, you will get our vision, because it gives the strategic direction. It communicates all the members, all those issues in terms of the strategy. Again, when it comes to performance management, it has to look at what does the employee do? What is the role and the responsibility they play in that organization? So right from the making of the JD and the work that you're doing on every day, how are we able to measure that actually what you're supposed to do, you are delivering by the end of the day? So once an employee knows what they're expected to do, then they'll be able to come up with targets of measuring the progress of their performance, and they'll be able to own that. So it gives about the role clarities and responsibility, and also it creates the synergy between the departments, because we are all pulling, we may be in different pillars, but we are pulling towards the same strategic goal or the same plan for the organization. Once we are able to know what is expected of you, how to measure what is expected of you, then you feel empowered and you'll be able to work very well towards the achievement of your goal. So let's look at there's something that is really distracting my screen. I don't know how to remove it. Allow me to just stop sharing, then I can share again. Then I'll be able to sort my screen out. Then, in the meantime, you could add Lillian to the panelist. You can see my screen now. We are good? Yes, I'm back.
Yes.
So let's look at the key performance management questions that we should be asking ourselves. The first one is, why do we need to assess performance in any organization? The second one, what performance to assess, and then how to assess the performance, and who should assess the performance, and when to assess the performance, and how to communicate the performance assessment to the people that are being affected. That is the stakeholders of that performance management, who is the employee, and also the supervisor. So let's give it a shot. Anybody? Why do we need to do performance management, and why do we need to measure ourselves? The first question. Why performance management? Any volunteer? Why do you think we need to assess the performance management in an organization?
Maybe to be able to gauge yourself, whether you are performing or you're not performing well. And yeah.
That's very good. Someone else? Very good. What performance? What does performance assess? What do we assess? What are some of the things that we assess in a performance? What do we assess? Anything you can think about? I'll think of issues like the customer satisfaction, because for any organization to operate effectively, we have a clientele that we are serving. We have the customers. So we need to see maybe the products that we are making, the services that we are delivering, are they meeting the needs of our clients? So that is how we do the performance assessment, to actually just gauge that what we have said we purpose to do, are we able to achieve that? If we want to move a product into the market, the sales that we targeted that we will be able to achieve, are we actually achieving them? Those are some of the things that we assess. Then how do we assess performance? I think we discussed this. We talked about the dashboards. We talked about the performance appraisal system. And then who should assess performance? For me, this is a two-way. It should not be the supervisor who comes to assess how you're doing. It should start from the individual employee. You should be able to see, when I set myself to do this, am I able to achieve what I intended to do? When I come to the office in the morning, I targeted, I will call 50 clients. I said I will do this kind of report and the other kind of report. So have I been able to achieve my daily goals, the monthly goals, and how they relate to the quarterly or the half year or the annual appraisal? And when to assess the performance, To me, this is an everyday affair. It should not wait until the end of the month or at the end of the year for you to access. And how to communicate, we will look at that into details. I'm seeing some comments on the chat. Nancy is responding to that because she's not able to talk to us. So she's saying, so that we can know how each one is performing, that is some of the reasons that we need to do the assess. It assesses the time management, how much time has been spent doing this activity. Then it also accesses teamwork with colleagues. Thank you very much, Nancy, for that response. So if you're not able to talk, you could just put your comments so that we know that we are together. Let's look at defining objectives. Lillian, you can read for us. Welcome. Take us through defining objectives.
Thank you. Defining objectives. To ensure that the objectives are properly defined, each of the following questions must be answered positively. 1, does the statement of performance targets goals limit the results to one specific area? Are the results well defined in terms of what is expected of the job holder? Are the objectives measurable and observable? Were objectives quantified whenever possible? Was a time frame specified? Are the performance targets or goals reasonable and within the reach of the job holder?
Great. How many of us have performance management systems or do appraisals in their workplace? Let's see. How many of us have a performance management system or an appraisal system in the organization? We can see by show of hands. How many of us? Edith, Nancy, they have. Pamela, Margaret. So basically all of us have a performance management. The 5 ingredients of that performance, does this, let's hear, what do we have all that in the performance appraisal tools that we have? Does the statement of performance targets or goals limit results to one specific area? Are the results well defined in terms of what is expected of the job holder? Does your performance appraisal reflect what is expected of you? And are they well defined? Let's hear from people. What is your thought about it? Especially number 2. Are the results well defined in terms of what is expected of you as a job holder? Anyone? And are they measurable?
Okay, I'm not able to see the screen, the slide.
The rest, are you able to see? Lillian, can you see the slide? Lillian, can you see the slide?
Yes, I can see. Yes, I can see.
Margaret, I think the problem is on your side. My question is, in your performance appraisal, are the results related to what you're expected to do as a job holder?
Maybe I can take you through what we use.
Yes, I do.
At our organization, we use a balance scorecard. So what happens is that each staff, when they come to the organization, the supervisor together with the staff able to draft a balance scorecard for them. In the balance scorecard, we are measuring, we have 4 perspectives, which is financial, stakeholders, the internal processes, and then the organizational capacity. So it's based on that. And of course, their objectives. Now, when a staff is new, there's the objectives, there's the JD that one is given that captures all that is expected of you. So based on the objectives that have been stated in your job description, then it's aligned with the perspective. And then in each objective, we have measures that are used to measure a specific objective. Of course, there are targets that are there. And then there's a column where we call activities. These are the things that you will do to be able to achieve your target. So after everyone now works with that balance scorecard, they know what is expected of them. And then at the end of the year, okay, in the middle of the year, we do an appraise, we now appraise based on that. So we look at what has been achieved, what has not been achieved. And then of course we have a rating during that. So the ratings are between 1 to 5, and there the staff together with the supervisor, they work together and they agree on one area. So how did we perform? Did I have a rating of 1, 2, 3, or 4, or 5? And then now at the end of that, if it's the media review, the staff is able to, together with the supervisor, agree on the areas that the person is supposed to work on, which again will be reviewed again at the end of the year. Yeah, so that's what we use. So it's aligned to everything that you are, to everything that you have mentioned in this particular slide.
So Edith, do you use balance scorecard as the appraisal tool or for the planning tool? When you come to the appraisal, what tool do you use? Is it the same balance scorecard?
Yes, so yes, it's the same, but now there's a way that is it's formatted. It's okay. We call it an appraisal form, but it's based on the balance scorecard. So you see that it's aligned to, it's the same thing. So in the appraisal form, we still have the financial area, we still have the internal business, but now the way it's structured, the way it's even designed is a bit different, because now we are looking at rating.
The rating, the
yes,
feedback.
yes.
That's
yes.
fantastic.
But now, yes. Yeah.
So from Akna Edit organization, they use the balance scorecard approach. Let's hear another one who normally use a different system and how they apply. Edit, maybe just out of curiosity, how do you measure the organization performance at an organization corporate level? Use the same tool, the balance scorecard?
Yes. Now, once we have the entire results for all the staff, there's a format that we use to be able now to put all the marks together for all the staff, and then now we can be able to rate how the organization performed. So there's another format that is there in place where we key in all the performance for individuals, and then that will calculate for us how the organization performed, because anyway, the organization performance is based on individuals' performance. So that is how we use, yeah.
Beautiful. Let's say another experience, how they do it, especially at the corporate level, and also the performance. How do they relate? Can we hear from other people? I'm sure what Edith does is what Lillian also does. Pamela, tell us what works in your organization.
We are in the same organization.
The three of you?
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that. I think because you came in later. I didn't.
Yes.
Okay, that's good. So is Candy with us? Let me look at the panel list. Alice, are you able to speak to us? And we have a new participant. Michael, good morning. Good morning, Michael. Oh, Nancy? Nancy is from a different organization. Nancy is having challenges with us. Let me see what she has said in her chat. Yes.
In our organization, we are developing the tools now. We don't have a system in place. But according to the strategic plan, we're intending to use the balanced scorecard.
Okay.
And the training is in the pipeline for the organization to use that. Thank you. It's a new organization.
It's a new organization. Yeah, Nancy has said she's having a problem with her speaker. I'm seeing some chats. Let me read what we have. Someone has said most of the time they are not well designed. Yes, they have a balanced scorecard. That must be Nancy. They have balanced scorecard. This is cascaded down to the departments, whereby we each do KPIs, and on the KPIs, each person puts down the activities. Yeah, that's very good. For the organizations that are, Margaret, do you want to comment how it works? How we cascade from the PC to the departmental to the individual, and then how the organization corporate also relates to the individual. Margaret, you do want to give some comments? I think Margaret is also having some challenges. So these are some of the defining objectives, the way they should be followed. The statement of performance or the goals should limit the results to one specific area. And the results should also be defined according to the JD of the job holder, what they actually do, so that we don't have an employee who is being measured on perspectives or in items that they don't have any control over. I'll give an example, like for the cases like the drivers. Can drivers control the number of trips they make? For those who have drivers, if you give them a target that they should only use this fuel consumption in a month, is it within their control? Do you think it's within their control?
It may not necessarily be within their control, but there are a few things they can put in place that can have some effect. For example, you may not control the number of trips that the team members want to make to town or to the field, but you can look at an option where there is a driver going the same route. You could combine if there is somebody who can join that trip. Alternatively, you could look at routes that are not as heavily jammed like the other routes. There are ways that you can, in a very good way, do. You could look at your driving style, and now that is where performance looks at the skills, the abilities, and the abilities that team members have. There are people who will be driving on gear 1 throughout, and that your consumption is high. But there are people who know that when I'm on this route, I'm driving to Kajiado. The minute I'm out of Kitengela, I can be flying in gear 5. That controls my fuel consumption. So there's something they can always do.
That's true. That's very good, Pamela. I can see in the way you work around them. So that is why it is very important when you're coming up with performance targets, you must sit with the employees for them to really understand what we want to measure by end of the performance period, so that by the time you're coming to do the appraisal, you're not having those discussions that I have no control. Then you're trying to explain to them that this is how you can have control. So it should be very specific. It should be measurable. It should be observable in such a way that both of you agree, and they should be knowing why they are doing all this. And then all the targets that you should have a time frame. If you want to implement this, by when? So that you don't leave it open that I will implement, I'll still be, they should be time bound. And the performance targets must be reasonable and within the reach of the job holder. For example, what we have given for the case of the drivers. So then we'll go ahead and look at the objectives. There's something that is really blocking my screen and I'm having challenges, which is quite distracting me. I don't know how to do that. They're called technological challenges. And I don't know how to close it just on my screen. You can see my screen now again. So let's look at the objective of performance management, which I'll take us through very fast so that we move. The objectives of performance management. You can see my screen. Edith, please confirm.
Yes, we can.
Great. The objectives of performance management, one is to provide feedback to the employees regarding their past performance, to keep them updated on the feedback that we have, provide information to assist in the other personal decisions in the organization. We know issues like how much bonus we are going to add, the promotions, the job placement are based on the information that comes. And also, this is also part of the training needs analysis that you are able to see how to close the performance gaps, the kind of mitigations we are going to take, for example, training, and so you pick it up from there. Number 3 is to provide clarity of the expectations and responsibility of the functions to be performed by the employee. The other one is to reduce the grievances of the employees and to judge the effectiveness of other HR functions of the organization, such as recruitment, selection, training, and also the development. In terms of, let's look at the grievances that are related to performance management. What are some of the most common grievances or conflicts between an employee and a supervisor that arises out of performance appraisals? Any examples? What is the common thread, and especially the people who deals with the normalization and the calibration of the performance management? What is the common thread? Why do people complain about how they've been appraised by their supervisors? The common cases are, let's hear from your organization. The main areas of complaints on performance management in terms of our grievances. Anyone who want to give it a try?
I didn't get your question very well, Rhoda.
My question is, when you are looking at some of the complaints we get at HR relating to performance management and appraisals, which are these common areas that we have? What are some of the issues people complain about between the supervisors and employees? Is it clearer now?
Yes.
Some of the complaints we have.
Maybe I can share with, I don't have a lot of examples, but maybe just one. Sometimes you find that during the appraisal, maybe depending with the relationship that the supervisor has with the staff, maybe it's not a very good relationship. Maybe the supervisor feels the staff is not performing, and maybe the staff feels the supervisor is, is being mean or unfair to them, and maybe this information even doesn't reach us. So you find in the time of appraisal, during rating, you see the staff wants to rate themselves a higher rate, maybe a 5, and maybe the supervisor sees they only performed a 2. So by the time the form comes, it comes in a way that not both of them are not in the same page. So you feel you're not, you feel like it's not the true reflection of what is happening. So maybe that's just an example.
Yeah. So in terms of the communication breakdown, what the supervisor maybe is expecting the employee to do and what the employee knew about what they were supposed to do is quite different. From my experience, the other conflict that normally arises from is non-agreed objectives or targets, where you'll find people don't sit and plan and agree on the targets of what the employee should do. So they wait until the end of the quarter or the end of the year, and then the supervisor want to appraise the employee. So some of the complaints we have is that we never agreed on those targets. So at the time you're doing the appraisal is the time you're giving the staff the targets. So how were they able to know what they were supposed to deliver by the end of the period? Others is probably someone has been rated differently from what they expected, especially the issues of competencies. You know, competencies, most of them are qualitative in nature, and they can only be observed, and you're not able to give any concrete data. And the challenge that comes with that is this is what the supervisor interprets of the employee, and this is what the employee believes themselves to be. The other issue that we see is lack of records, that you're not able to monitor and keep tracks of what the employee has been performing, and then you wait until the end of the performance, where we see statements that are not backed by any evidence or any data. The other issue that I could see is where you'll find a supervisor appraising an employee and giving very high rating and marks. Then after a short period, the same supervisor will come and complain, this staff is an unperformer. This employee does not work. Yet when you go and look at the most recent appraisal, that employee is one who is scoring over 95%. So those are some of the challenges that we experience in the workplace, and the conflicts that are likely to come in terms of the performance management. So we were going to the next, just give me a minute, just a minute. Then we pick up from there. Then the screen has come back. Sorry for that technical hitch. I hope now we can see the screen. Edith, can you see it?
We can see it, Maureen.
We can see it. Sorry for that technical challenge. I think my laptop had some issues, and we'll go back to where we had stopped. So let's look at performance management process. It's an integrated process, and I want to request Lillian. Is Lillian with us? Margaret, can you see the screen from your end? Margaret? Pamela, can you see the screen?
Yes.
Perfect. So take us through the performance management process as it is in that slide, then we'll discuss it. Start from setting communication performance target. We just see how it flows from start to end.
Setting and communicating performance standards. Plan the performance, identify and communicate performance goals, establish performance criteria. Measuring standards. Determine appraisal period and methods, responsibilities for appraisal. Comparing standards. Examine work performed, discussing results, appraise the results, taking corrective standards, conduct appraisal interview, discuss goals for next period, anticipate and consider problems in performance appraisal, effective performance appraisal system, management support, coaching, training, and development.
Great. So that is the entire process. It starts from setting of the target up to taking corrective measures that you need to take. And also in terms, you can see the support. It's a whole cycle of the processes that you do. So at the beginning of the period, as one of us had explained, you should be able to sit with your employee and discuss the performance objectives, set up very clear KPIs, and give the targets and agree on the timelines. Once both of you have a meeting of the mind, then you can go ahead and now start the monitoring process, which should be on a daily basis, the monthly and the weekly, so that you are able to measure the standards. When you're measuring the standards, we are looking at what is the appraisal periods that we have in terms of our policy. Is it a quarterly appraisal? Is it a half annual or a semi-annual or an annual appraisal? So those ones you are going to agree. And then what is the appraisal method? It should be known right from the start that this is the appraisal or the measurement methods that you're going to do. It's actually about keeping the work tickets, the records of sales every week or every month. Those are some of the methods that you use and the techniques. Then the responsibility of the appraisal. We need to clarify who will be doing what role, what will be the role of the employee in terms of keeping a copy of the signed, agreed performance targets. I only advocate that, but by the time you're doing your performance plans and setting targets for the employees, ensure that the targets and the plans that are done at the beginning of the appraisal periods are signed by both parties, so that in case of any disputes that comes later, then you'll be able to have something that is already signed. I've had cases where you'll see an employee have raised a complaint to HR saying, I'm being appraised on these targets, on these plans, yet this is not what we agreed with our supervisor. So the moment I go back to the file and ensure that copy of the performance plan or the targets that have been signed by the both parties, you keep a copy at HR. Because when you're looking at the conflicts, all the conflicts will come for resolution at the HR department. So the next thing when a complaint is raised and an appraisal, my first thing that I go to the file is the file of that employee. Then I plug, did you guys sit and agree on the plan and the targets of the appraisal period? And I'll go back to the file, retrieve a copy of that and ensure that it was fully signed. Then from there, you come up, give us the concrete data that this is what I achieved as an employee, and this is the dispute that we have, and this is what the supervisor is saying. That way you are going to be able to resolve a lot of issues. You can find that the employee has come with a totally different copy of the targets that they agreed, and probably for the other period with an assumption of what my targets were in the previous year were supposed to be carried forward the targets. Yet they sat at the beginning of the year, they signed for new targets. So the employee, you find he's insisting to be appraised on targets that were done for the other period, not what they signed. So by the time you start even resolving that conflict, the employee will say, I forgot what my targets were. And that can only happen if there are no discussions and feedbacks on a continuous basis, where supervisors wait until the end of the periods to appraise the staff. Again, within the department, you should be able to have some trackers so that you're able to look at the strategic plan, you look at the departmental objectives and the targets, and you can tell where you are as a department. And also you remind employees from what we have as a department, this is what we targeted to achieve. But because this is lagging, I'll give an example like in HR. If you're not doing so well in terms of what you targeted to do in terms of the capacity building and the training, then you'll say as a department, in one of our key objectives and the KPI, we are lagging on training. Then you drill it down. Who are the people who are supposed to drive these trainings? Who is it in their JD? Who did we give training targets? What is it that we have done? And what kind of support do you have? So when you have those continuous discussions, you'll be able to have a continuous monitoring of this. Then comparing the standards, examine the work performance. So you look at, this is the goals and the targets that were set. Where are we at this time and point in time? And how have we, what is the difference? Do we have variances? Are they positive variances that we have already exceeded the targets? Or are we having a lower gap or a negative variance where we still have a gap and we are not able to do or to achieve our targets? Then you're supposed to discuss the results. The appraisal results as they come, they are supposed to be discussed. You'll find where performance appraisal is just a visual. What normally happens, the employee will sit and do their own performance appraisal, sign it off, give it to the supervisor, who signed it off without any discussion, and they're forwarded to HR. So that supervisor becomes just a conveyor belt. So in any event that there is any dispute, the employees say, we did not have any discussions, and these targets were forced down my throat. Or the supervisor could maybe have downgraded the ratings that the employee have given themselves, and they have not even communicated. So there is also need to have that portion in the performance agreement where an employee is actually confirmed that these appraisals have been discussed and agreed with the supervisor. Again, one of the things that we have picked in terms of our performance appraisal is in terms of like what you call the learning and development. You put it as a target for the supervisor that appraisal within the timelines should be done, meeting of the targets, and also discussions and agreement of the performance appraisal. So you'll find like one of the targets you'll have for all our managers is the number of agreed appraisals. So if you're having a rogue manager who, when they come to the appraisals, most of those appraisals are disputed by the employee, that shows there is something in terms of the management and the leadership, and we'll be able to drill it down into other things. So to support the whole of this system, there must be a lot of interventions that need to be done, because mostly you'll find a negative variance of the targets among, because of, you'll see we have not done 100%, maybe we didn't meet our targets. Then we look back and sit and say, why didn't we meet our targets? What were the challenges? What were the opportunities? What could we explore? What didn't we prioritize? So you start now discussions of taking the corrective standards. If actually the capacity of the staff is maybe what stopped them from achieving what they wanted to do, probably you could have interventions like maybe they are wrongly aligned to their goals and what they are doing and also their job. So even the job rotation or the job movement or job shadowing, where you assign them to a mentor or a coach so that they can work and they can learn more. If there are issues of disciplinary, then you can take the disciplinary action. If there are issue of putting this person on a PIP, performance improvement plan, so that they are able to be monitored closely, maybe on a monthly basis, on a weekly basis, then you take those corrective standards. If you need to build the capacity and sponsor these people for a particular training, probably this employee is a very good employee, but his analytical skills are missing. Probably why they are not able to use maybe applications like a simple Excel in terms of detailed Excel and analysis. So you come up with those interventions that must be. So again, in the appraisal, there is also that aspect of telling the employee, how can we correct the performance that we have so that you are able to achieve what you're supposed to do. So that is all about performance management process. It's a whole interlinked process, which starts from the day the employee, as someone said, they report in an organization. When you report in a new organization, the first thing they ask you, what are you going to do in the first 3 months or the first 6 months? And we normally write very good stories. By the end of these 6 months, I'll have achieved this, this, and this. So we go on into orientation, the induction. Then after that, we normally give the employees the target. If we actually report in a workplace and within a month, you've not been given your work plans and the targets or the JD, it is the responsibility of the employee now to approach their supervisors and say, yes, I reported a month ago. By the end of the probation period, which is 6 months, I need to be assessed in terms of my performance. What are you going to assess me against the 6 months? We have cases where employees report on duty by the end of the 6 months. You ask the supervisor and the employee, can we have the probation review of your performance, so that these are some of the things that will add into appraisal and also the confirmation. And you hear, we didn't agree on any targets. We didn't say. So we are only left with the employees saying for the 6 months, they'll only write the things they did. And of course, the things they achieved, or they are clueless, because probably even when we're inducting them in HR, we didn't take them through the performance policies. We did tell them in details about the performance tools that we have. We didn't plan with them, and we didn't even set targets. So those are some of the things that we should really be keen on when you're carrying out our duties. Any comments on that slide? Any reactions or any questions from the participants? Are we good? Great. Then kindly add Margaret back to the panel. I'm seeing those comments. She's not able to see us. So what is the employee role in terms of the performance management? We always look at it from the employer side. I'm never given feedback. My employer has not done this. My supervisor has not done that. What is the role of you as the job holder or the employees when it comes to performance management? Alice, are you able to see the screen so that you can take us through the employee's role in performance management?
Okay. Employee's role. If an employee doesn't have a work profile within the first month of employment, he should ask his supervisor when he can meet to put one together. Bring to your supervisor's attention conditions or circumstances that are changing during the review year, which could impact your ability to complete a performance expectation. Ask your supervisor periodically how you are doing, and ask for at least one meeting midway through the review period to discuss how your performance is measuring up to expectations. If you disagree with the performance rating you received, check to see if you achieved results which are not included on the evaluation. Remember that this is an evaluation of results. not activities. Discuss with your supervisor any questions you have about what is on the evaluation. Seek out a member of your HR department to discuss your results.
Great. Margaret, are you on board? You can see the employee's role, where we are saying you need to be proactive. If no targets have been given to you, if there's no work plan, the JD, it is your responsibility as an employee to approach your supervisor or even the HR department so that this is very clear. If there are areas that you don't understand on what is expected of you or how you'll be measured at the end of the period, it is very good that you are well informed and you should take the initiative. I think I had explained that. I'll not dwell on much unless we have a comment on that slide. I think it's self-explanatory. Any comments? Any question? Then we can proceed. We'll now start looking at various tools that we can use for performance appraisal. I'm happy I've had some of us in our organization are already using balance scorecard, but there is always a confusion of what is balance scorecard and how should balance scorecard be used. Some of the people normally just pick the balance scorecard and pick it as a performance tool. Is a balance scorecard an appraisal tool, or is it a strategy evaluation tool? Let's look at that. So what is a balance scorecard? Edith, take us through what is a balance scorecard.
Did you call me?
Edith.
Sorry.
Edith.
Oh, Edith.
Yes, Edith, yes. Either Edith, Lillian, or Pamela. They're all three colleagues who actually confirmed they use the balance scorecard. So I want them to take us through that, then they can tell us the experience they have the balance scorecard, if this is what their institution understands about the balance scorecard. Either of the three from Feed the Children. We seem to have lost Edith. So between Lillian and Pamela.
I can read it out.
Great.
What is the balance scorecard? The balance scorecard is a management tool that provides stakeholders with a comprehensive measure on how the organization is progressing towards the achievement of its strategic goals. The balance scorecard balances financial and non-financial measures, balances short and long-term measures, balances performance drivers, that is leading indicators, with outcome measures, lagging indicators, should contain just enough data to give a complete picture of organization performance and no more, leads to strategic focus and organizational alignment.
Great. Let's continue. Then we'll come back to it. These are the four perspectives that she had talked about. When you're using a balance scorecard, you normally look at the four perspectives, what you call the financial or the regulatory. We have the customer perspective. We have internal, which is the processes perspective, and we also have the learning and growth. So looking at the four, financial perspective normally look at the issues of anything that has issues with the profits, the financial impact on an organization, the issues of the cost, and also the regulatory objectives, because if actually we are not in compliance with the objectives which are regulatory in nature, then it's likely to have a financial effect in terms of the penalties and the fines that the organization, and also maybe the issues of ratios for those who work in financial institutions. There are those financial ratios that must be met for you to be able to be compliant. So those are financial issues. And to satisfy our constituency, what financials and regulatory objectives we must accomplish, we look at some of the examples. Then for any institution, we normally have what we call our customers. And customers are both internal customers and also external customers. When you're coming with the balance scorecard for HR, you'll see a lot of customers that we have are mostly internal customers. the members of staff that we serve. So to achieve our vision and what the customer needs, what must we do as a department or as an individual? Then in terms of the internal perspectives, it looks at the internal processes that we have in an organization, issues of compliance with the policies, the workflows, so that the things that we put in place, the kind of systems and the mechanisms we have, they are able to satisfy the needs of the customer. If you look at a manufacturing industry, how the workflows and the processes are followed will determine the end product. So how we do our activities will actually determine the end product. As we have the end in mind, we must actually look at the steps that we are also supposed to follow. Likewise, when you're doing the training, what are some of the processes that we must do before we deliver the training programs? Do we just wake up and see a training and say, I think this is good for our department? Or do we start it from maybe looking at the performance, the past performance that we have of people, say these are the performance gaps, and this is some of the group initiatives we should take, like the training, to enhance the capacity of those people? Do we do training needs analysis for our organization so that as we package our training programs, we are not just waiting for people to circulate their calendars and we pick anything that looks like it is in Naivasha, it is Mombasa, I would want to go to this town, but it must be responsive to the needs of that employee. We normally see, if you come with the training needs, we'll ask, what is your job? What is your performance? And what gap are we trying to close? So again, we don't have employees who are going for the same training, and we can see the impact at the end of the day. Learning and growth. We must acknowledge that to achieve our goals, how must we learn, communicate, and grow? Again, one thing I want to point out when you're using the balance scorecard, balance scorecard is used to evaluate the strategy, and it should be at a very corporate level. Again, there are some institutions who use balance scorecard for appraisal, like we've had, but it must be cascaded and simplified from what it means to be, because being a strategy evaluation tool, it is a very complicated and a higher level. We must be able to break it down into back meeting with the JD of the employee and the activities they do on a daily basis in a simplified manner. Again, depending with where you sit. When you decide to adopt the balance scorecard, an employee's appraisal or the evaluation must have all the 4 perspectives. So it doesn't mean that when you're in finance department, then you'll be measured on financial perspective. You'll have to be measured on all the 4 perspectives. And I'm sure over and above this, it also measures the competencies. And the competencies are normally based on the values of the organization, because it's borrowing from the strategy. So you'll find someone who is in HR will not just do the learning and growth. They'll have to have some financial perspective in terms of the cost, maybe the ratios of the staff cost versus the operation cost. There are many parameters, the cost of training, the impact of that. So they'll have a lot of parameters in the financial. They'll have a bit of the parameters in the customer care, and then internal. So actually the trick here, and the most important thing that we normally do, maybe we'll borrow from the people who are using the balance scorecard, is the weighting. Because a balance scorecard normally have a weighting scale. The weighting is determined with the core functions of the organization or the employee. For example, the people in the finance department, you'll find out of the 100, or probably, let's say 70, depending with how much weight the competence is, mostly you'll take like 20%. Out of the 80%, how much weight do you give people in the finance department or the business growth departments in terms of the financial? Because you'll see they carry the majority of how an organization performs financially. So you might find that someone working in finance has a weighting of 30 or 40% when you come to financial perspective. When it comes to the customer, they might carry a 20%, 10% internal processes. This is where like HR will carry a whole 30%. In terms of learning and growth, they'll also carry maybe 10 or 20%. So if you to look at HR in terms of the learning and growth and the internal processes, that is where a lot of our weight is distributed. So when you look at the customer perspective, you'll have targets like what is the customer satisfaction, what is the employee satisfaction survey or the engagement survey ratings are some of the parameters that will be measured. So how the organization and the departmental heads decide to actually balance those meetings will determine the success of any balanced scorecard that we have. So let's look at the importance of balanced scorecard. We'll look at the whole of balanced scorecard, then I'll take some comments and the questions. So on those things that we're talking about. Anybody take us through the importance? Why is balanced scorecard important? Let's have a volunteer to read for us the importance of balanced scorecard.
Mission and vision, strategic planning, balanced scorecard, activity-based costing, economic value added, forecasting, benchmarking, market research, best practices, Six Sigma, statistical process control, reengineering, ISO 9000, total quality management, empowerment, learning organization, self-directed work teams, and change management.
Brilliant. So you can see how the balanced scorecard works in terms of evaluating the strategy. We saw earlier that one of the benefits of using the balanced scorecard, it is able to balance both financial and non-financial objectives on an organization. If you look at how these activities and the target-based are structured, you look at the first ones. The first will be talking on the financial perspective, the activity-based costing that you have in your department, economic value adds, the forecasting, the benchmarking and the research, the best practices. All those are looking at, the first ones will look at the financial aspect. Then as you come down to the best practices, the Six Sigma, the statistical process controls and the reengineering, the issues of ISO certification, the TQM, all those are relating to the processes. Maybe the market research and best practices and benchmarking will talk to the customer perspective. Then we come down to the empowerment. Those are some of the areas, the broad areas now you incorporate when you come to learning and growth. How do the supervisors and employees empower the people, the teams who are working under them? How are we becoming a learning organization as a learning? Do we have creativity, innovation? Do we come up with products when the market are asking for them? Do we have self-directed work teams under you? And the issues of the change management, the soft issues of the culture. So we actually measure all those things. In terms of the empowerment and the management of the team, like what I've said where I've worked, is we'll even give all the senior managers targets in terms of on-the-job training. I know most of our organization is where employees say, if you give them the number of trainings attended or the hours, they say, I was not sponsored for training. Is it the employer who is fully accountable for all your training? Or do you have aspects where you can just sponsor yourself and you go for talent? Then all the training does not have to be external training where you have to leave your office and go to another town for a training seminar. Some of you are sitting in the offices. So again, we also put the managers a task that they must design programs and training programs within the jobs. Because after you are done with the orientation and induction, you now give that employee to the manager. It is the responsibility of the manager to ensure that the onboarding, the employees that comes under them have been trained sufficiently to be able to do the specific technical jobs that they're supposed to do at the department. So they're supposed maybe to attach them to a mentor or a coach in them who is much experienced than them, and they learn on the job with progress. And they should be able to see some of those documentations that during this period, these employees was attached to employee number S for a period of 3 months, and they were learning about maybe the reporting, using the system. They were learning about this kind of analysis. And by the end of that year, the staff should be able to have a grip before we even start sponsoring them for external training. So those are some of the discussions that you have around the balance scorecard. I think the possible performance measures that we can pick in those 4 perspectives, we said the customer perspective, the financial and regulatory, and also internal. So we will look at each and every one of them, and then we'll come back to the Q&A on that. So someone to take us through the first perspective, they are not in any order. You'll find in most organizations, they'll start with customer perspective, or you can just decide to turn them up and say, if customer perspective, I'm thinking of the people in customer care or the call center, their targets in terms of the customer perspective might carry 40% or weighting of 40 out of the 80 or 30. So they might decide this is what is really core to me and I'll start with it. So they're not in any order. Let's have someone reading for us the customer perspective and maybe some of the measures that you can put around us so that when we adapt, especially like Alice who are trying to use the balance scorecard, when I'm looking at the customer perspectives, what are some of the possible measures that I'll take? Take us through the customer perspective. I want people to volunteer because of maybe the ability to see the screen or you're able to use your mic. Anyone? But let's keep on having more than one person contributing. Customer perspective, you read just the customer perspective and the possible measures we have on the other side.
Okay, customer perspective.
Great, Alice.
It says, do I read the whole list?
Just
Financial
read
regulatory?
the other side. No, don't go to the financial.
Oh, okay.
Just what is in pink here.
To achieve our vision, what customer needs must we serve? Possible performance measures. Customer satisfaction average. Satisfaction gap analysis. Satisfaction versus level of importance. Satisfaction distribution, percentage of each area scored.
Great. So what this is looking at, like the people, everybody should have maybe the customer satisfaction survey that we do in organization. What I've seen when an organization carry out a customer satisfaction survey, it is normally very diverse, that it will look at the external customers, maybe who are your consumers of your services and the goods out there. It will also have an aspect where they take a customer satisfaction in terms of internal employees, where they'll take a sample of employees and they measure them. They might also measure different processes. How are you happy with the finance department or all that? So we will be able to have those. Every department should have a satisfaction survey to see, or you can have one big for the corporate, which has planned different aspects, because by the time the person who is doing the customer satisfaction survey, they must also involve the other departments. So you can pick a rating like an average. For customer satisfaction survey or employee satisfaction survey, I'll say there's an average of about 70%, that if you're able to, for your employees to be able to have an engagement, or not even an engagement, a satisfaction of about 70%, then you can say you're good. You can have issues of the satisfaction gap analysis, that this is what we have said we'll offer, and this is what we have been able. So the kind of gap we have, we can also prioritize them in the level of the importance, what is really critical and what is within the control. And also the distribution in terms of, in this area, you score this, in this area, this, in training, you scored a 20%. In the issues of maybe the compensation package, people were really happy about that. In terms of the staff welfare, maybe you score differently. So those are some of the measures that you can pick on board. I'm sure we'll get the real work that we have from the other people. Then we can look at financial regulatory. Alice, if you're able, you can just read for us that again.
Okay. Financial regulatory perspective. To satisfy our constituents, what financial and regulatory objectives must we accomplish? Possible performance measures, cost per unit, unfunded requirements or projects, cost of service, budget projections, and targets.
Yes. So when you say like the first one, the cost per unit, let's come in HR. What is the cost of replacing a staff? What is the cost of even when you're doing the business partnership, I'm hoping that the people, even in the department, when they do their cost analysis, they can see the cost per employee and maybe the revenue and their production, and they can say, we are spending this much to be able to produce that. Then unfunded requirements or projects also have those issues, the cost of doing the service. Or maybe when you're in a manufacturing industry, what is the cost of selling one item? The cost of that production, how much revenue and how much markup in terms of the profit we are making. Then we'll go to internal processes. The internal processes will look at issues like the cycle time, the turnaround times. We all normally have what we call the customer service charter. We have said maybe to replace a new position in an organization, what have you put in your policies that it will take us 3 months, maybe for lower positions, and about 6 months for the higher position. When I say like 3 months, it's by the time you prepare the JD, you do that, you do the job advert on the newspapers, you do your long listing, you do your short listing, you have timelines to do the interview. By the time the other person gives you say this is the candidate we are picking, you give the notice period of about 1 month, and by 3 months, you should be able to have replaced that position. For higher positions, you'll find like for senior managers, some people are required to give 3 months notice from their employer. So you put the first 3 months, and also the worst case scenario is where someone has to serve a notice of 3 months before they come on board. So you need to be very careful with clear justifications and timelines that if you need to replace this position within 3 months, are you meeting those targets? Probably HR had a target of bringing on board 100 employees. Approval has been given. How much time have we taken so that even as you're pushing those different committees and the panels, you know you're working within a specific timelines. The completion rate, how far are we? I see when you're coming to maybe the performance appraisal of the people who sit in the senior management, if you're to come up with a policy by March, and probably by the time you're doing appraisal, at what stage is that policy? Is it at the committee level? Is it at the board approval level? Then you can have staggered appraisal where you say, if I have done the first draft and it's gone through the management, you score like 50%, you're halfway the work. If you have put it through the committee, you can add another 10%. So you are 60%. If it is at the board level, which you have no control until they approve, probably you can score at 75%. If actually it has been completed and then implemented, then you can score 100%. So those are the things that we look. Transaction per employees. The people who are in transaction businesses, like in the banks, how many transactions that teller do in a month, in a day? What are the error rates and the reworks and the reports that you have to keep on doing? These are some of the things that you look at, the internal processes, the workload and the employee utilization that employees are able to do. Then finally, learning and growth. Some of the parameters you can measure is the employee satisfaction, the retention and the turnover, the training hours and the resources, and also the technology in terms of the investments. So then we after you come up with those measures, then you must have targets. Targets must be measurable, must be smart, they might be time-bound. So when you're setting the targets need to be set for all the measures. For example, when you say employee satisfaction rates, that becomes a measure. But what is the target? What are we targeting to get? It must have a figure like 50%, 70%, error rates of 2%. So those are the actual targets. You must do it within 3 months. That becomes a target. By March 2021, that becomes a specific target. Targets should have a solid base. They must be not imaginary. They must be anchored to the policies that you have, why you think the objective is important, and why they should be delivered. They should not be imaginary. They should be concrete and based on targets and maybe observation. Give personnel something for which to aim for. They must have a target, but I aim to complete this assignment by this time. For me to deliver this item, this is the timeline that can take. Then if achieved, will transform the organization. As someone said, if actually all the employees who have the targets are able to meet all their targets, definitely it follows that the organization will also meet their targets. But we should also be able, that's why it's very important to ensure even the targets that people have been given at individual level, they are talking to the strategic plan and the targets of the organization. If, let's say the people who are in the recruitment industry, if we target to recruit 1,000 employees at a corporate level, then you spread that within the department that does that. So you'll know among the 1,000 positions that must be filled or the recruitment must be done, we have 100 employees. So probably you give a target of 100 for each employee. So if each of the employees meet the 100, it means the department meets and the organization meets. But if it's not measurable and it's not concrete and it's not solid, you can say the targets that I've given to the employee, you come to the office at work, they're normally more qualitative, but then they are not bringing. What if I come to the office at work every day? I'm very polite. I do all this, but at the end of the period, I only do one recruitment of one staff, not in terms of the 100. Can you come back and say, as an employee, I did what is in my JD. I think I met my targets, but the corporate has not met. Of course, we have seen such experiences. And so I think that brings up, let's look at the initiative of this. Once measures and targets are established, it is the responsibility of management to determine how the organization will achieve its goals, and measures are used to determine the effectiveness of the strategic initiatives. Maybe at that point, we can just pause and maybe just review what we have learned about the balanced scorecard, anything that I may have brushed from the first slides, and maybe from what we have learned, especially I love the people who have said they are using the balanced scorecard. Give us your comment and your experience. Do you think this is what is happening? Is this the way we are applying the balanced scorecard in our institution? Or there's anything we can do different from that? Let's hear. So I'm expecting comments from Lillian, Edith, and also Pamela. Any just comments? Or maybe a different way you look at it? Kindly. Anyone?
Okay, I think I can say we are using it almost in the same manner that you have shared here.
Mm-hmm.
However, it's because there are different positions in the organization, and I know that the balanced scorecard in the real sense is more geared to profit-making organizations. Ours is not a profit-making organization. So the way we have rated the 4 perspectives is the financials has got the higher percentage, because we cannot do any of these businesses if we do not have funds. So a lot of focus is on the donor funding, which enables us to do our programs. Then the other larger percentage is also on the stakeholders, who are our beneficiaries, the people who receive the services that we offer, the communities that we work with, and our own staff being part of the stakeholders. Then I can't remember exactly, but I think financials has 30%, the stakeholders have around 30%, and the internal business process has 15%, and the organization capacity has around the same thing. So that is how we have rated it. And again, because different positions are in different areas, we are looking at, for example, like HR and other user departments that may not necessarily go out there to look for funding. We now focus on efficiency in the funds that we have. Whatever is assigned those departments that do not necessarily have to be the ones sourcing for funds, the funds that you are assigned have to be utilized efficiently. So the processes that we put in place are processes that ensure that if there's any cost savings, if there's any sharing between departments, it's done just to bring out the element of efficiency. When it comes to focus on areas like the organization capacity, then there the percentage given, for example, on HR is more.
Okay.
Yeah, so we
It
are
is staggered.
exactly. So
I love that.
that's how it has worked. It was not an easy process, especially adopting the balance scorecard, because the way we looked at things as a not-for-profit and the way the consultant who shared with us this management tool was a bit different. So it took time for us to analyze and integrate it in our day-to-day activities, but it has worked.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a very beautiful story. And what I like about it, actually, that's the secret with balance scorecard. You will look for consultants, you'll hire all the consultants who will come and make it very complicated for you. By the time you are done with the consultants, you are wondering, do I really want to implement this? There are people who have even hired people in the consultant, by the time you're left with the tool, you actually shelf it for a bit. The secret with performance management tool is to simplify it in your own understanding. Because this is a tool that you're talking to the senior managers, but this is a tool that you're going to cascade to the lowest person in the institution. So if they don't understand it in the lowest and the best of their understanding on what they're doing on the job, even the intake of that will be very difficult. So I like that staggering of the perspective depending with where you are sitting, because we have seen institutions where they say, if we have the 30% in the financial pillar, like in the financial institution, every employee, including a driver, must carry 30% of that. So what happens to people in the registry? Probably who have nothing to do with the cost for them is to move the number of files, the number of people they have admitted, the security of the data, and you force them in terms of the financial perspective that they must contribute to 30%. So what you'll see senior managers doing, or the people in the department, they'll only have one activity, which is only one item in terms of the cost, and it's carrying a weighting of 30%. Then you'll go to another department and find within the financial perspective, they have like 5, 6, or 10 items they are measuring. So that staggering is very good, and I like what you are doing. It takes time. And when the organization takes time to actually own it, digest it, make it palatable for the organization and also the department to have it, it becomes very, very well. So that's a job well done. And I like the time you took it, because people say the consultant did. The consultant said. At times, even the consultants will come and confuse you further. So you have to take it and have that ownership. Great. So we will progress. Before we take a break, we'll take a 15 minutes break. That's what I suggest in the next. Do we break at 11 or do we break at 15 to a quarter to? Then we come back at 11. Is that okay? We take the next 10 minutes, then we take a break for 15 minutes, then we resume at 11. Any concurrence or objection?
Yes, that's okay.
That would be okay. So let's proceed. I think we've covered all that. And we are looking at performance management. If I move very fast, please try, you could tell me to slow down so that you can always interrupt me and tell me there's a question, we need to discuss this. We need to expound on that and explain that. Please stop me so that we have, I'm seeing something on this. That's fine. That's Nancy. Nancy, I can see you are with us. Despite your challenges, that's okay. Performance management for organization. Let's look at some of the things that happens in terms of performance management. One thing we acknowledge is to give feedback to the staff about the performance. It's really, really important. Because if you don't tell them how far we are going, you keep on encouraging them that you're on track, keep on telling them we are doing very well in terms of this and this. However, on this item, we seem to be lagging, and we need to work as a team and pull together. When you're having performance discussion with your employee, until you make them understand how their individual contribution, even at their level, is adding to the strategic objective and the success of the organization, you will not have a meeting of mind. But if they know my doing the filing and my doing this, it is contributing in terms of the cost and the bottom line of the organization and achieving the organization goal. So it is very good that you give feedback, give real-time feedback. When something goes wrong, don't wait until then to use it as a tool to fight the employee at the end of the appraisal. When you're having departmental meetings, please engage with the employees and tell them, I always make sure like you will set specific meetings to discuss the issues of performance management, right from the planning, when you do reviews at the corporate level and you can see where the human capital pillar is standing, and you tell them this is where we are in the whole cycle of performance, and this is how it is influencing us. And people will start pulling. Actually, they'll be the one reminding you, we are forgetting about to pull with this, and it will affect our process or at our scores by the end of the quarter. So give feedback, both positive and also negative. I think we learned about giving feedback to be timely, where to do them. If we are reprimanding someone, do it in private. Recommend or upload someone in public. So give feedback about the performance and stick to the performance measures and the targets. Don't bring other issues in the performance. So you stick to the agenda and you don't start bringing issues that are not related to the performance. Encourage good work, point out towards the improvement, help setting measurable targets and objectives. You should be able to work with your employees so that they are able to have, and then also increase the role clarity. When you're doing all this performance plan, this is also the time to relook at your JD and see whether they are reading to what the employees are doing. The other issue is it helps to point out training and development needs. I think we had discussed that. It helps to decide the compensation and the rewards. It helps in also the career planning. When you're discussing performance with an employee, and probably to ask how many of us have the career progression guidelines in the organization? How many? Career progression, we understand what is a career progression guidelines, or what some other people could call them the scheme of service. Probably yes, probably not. So the career progression guidelines actually shows the employees how they can rise from one position to another, the competencies they need, the job specifications that they need. So when you're trying to do the discussion, ensure that you're able to tell the employee, for you to progress to this next level, this is what will be required of you. This is what the role will require you to do, because it's already predetermined. And if you do this very well, if you develop yourself in terms of this, you'll be able to progress to the same level. I like it the way the government does. They will keep on encouraging employees maybe to take courses like the supervisory management courses, the what we call the senior leadership, the senior management course at Kenya School of Government, the SLDP, the Strategic Leadership Development Program, because, you know, for you to be promoted to the next management level, one of the prerequisites, it will be on this kind of training. And most of those trainings probably will improve things about the people management, the supervisions, how you can build talents, how you can collaborate with other people. So you'll be able to help that employee so that they are able to grow and prepare them for higher position. It also enhances the corporate values. I'm sure in the balance scorecard, the whole 4 perspectives, they don't take a whole 100%. And you have left like 20% to competencies which are aligned to the strategic values. Is that what you do, Pamela? Do you measure your values and in terms of the soft skills and the competencies of the employees? And what weighting do you give them? Let me hear from you, Pamela or Edith.
Rhoda, I lost you.
I'm asking, when you are using your balance scorecard, do you have a portion where you measure people's competencies or soft skills and give it a weighting like 20%? Or do the 4 perspectives carry a whole 100%? That's my question.
Okay, maybe I can answer.
Mhm.
Majorly, we deal with the 4 perspectives, but
Mhm.
we usually have an area where we look at the areas of development,
Yes.
and maybe that's the part where we can have the. Sorry about that. Maybe
The
that's the area. That's the area now where we can cover the competencies, we can cover the soft skills, and so on.
Yeah. So because my experience with 2 different institutions, you'll find you might decide to do 100% of the 4 perspectives. So an employee scores like 80% out of that. Then in terms of the values, we normally convert those values into competencies. When you talk about professionalism, how Rhoda has met all her targets, but how has she been carrying her work in terms of her professionalism? Integrity and honesty is very key to our institution. How does she deal with such things? Empathy, probably, for those institutions who has. So we normally take all the 5 core values and measure employees with very clear defined parameters, issues like how early do you come to your time management, all that they are measured differently. So some organization may decide to give a weighting of 20% so that the 4 perspectives carry 80%, then the 20% go to these other soft skills and the competencies. I've seen other institutions where they'll give the 100% to the 4 perspectives, but then they'll give another rating for these competencies where you can have, if you score very high, you are an A. If you score next, A, B, C, D. So you can have an employee is getting a 1A, 1B, depending on the institution. So there are various methods you can do that, and all of them are correct. So characteristics of performance management in organizations, I'll go through them very fast so that we take our break, and it's 2 minutes too. So some of the characteristics of performance management organizations, or organizations that have adopted performance management, as follow. They have measurable performance targets. They manage learning linked to the organization goals on the one hand, and career development on the other. You can see performance management is just not for reward purposes. It's not for sanction purposes. It is not just for tracking. It is linked to development of employees in terms of learning and growing, and also growing in their career. So that's why we said it's an integrated system. There's preeminence in intrinsic needs to manage without neglecting the extrinsic. So they are looking at how the staff are able to have self-drive within themselves, and to see the reason why they need to do what they are doing, and how they'll contribute. So internal motivation is more key than even what we call the external reward that you have to be pushed. So they want to move on their own. Then there is ownership of performance management by line managers rather than the personnel functions. Because one of the challenges we have, people think performance management is the work of HR. So until HR generates an email and demand people to do appraisals because we are doing our reports, or we are doing the performance reports, or the bonus, or preparing for the 13th check, it is purely not the work of HR. HR is just a facilitator, as an enabler of performance appraisal, but the entire performance management has to be owned by the line managers and the organization as a whole. We only come to the tail end of it. Then the strategy-focused organization, they clearly come up with mission, vision, strategies, and measures. I don't want to ask you what is a mission, what is a vision. We have broken it down to you, but if you have any question, you can say. We can say vision is something that is where you want to go. It looks into the future. What do we aspire to become? Where do we aspire to be? And that's why we have the strategic plan, looking at the strategic direction and the roadmap we want to take. Mission, why do we exist? I like the people who talked about our main mandate is to look at maybe the welfare of the children. So the mission is why we exist, the purpose, what we do, why we are there. Then strategies are just roadmaps or ways of telling us how we want to be to achieve where we want. We have a vision. How do we get there? It's how we accomplish our goals. Then in terms of measures, I think these are the indicators of the progress. What are the things that actually show us that we are making any progress, we are stagnating, or we are making any, or where we need to improve. Strategic performance management. This is where we are saying the performance management has to be strategic. It is not something you wake up and draw. It has to be aligned to the strategic plan. So we are saying strategic direction creates an environment for change. We are saying communicating the strategies of an organization. It is about defining the objectives from the strategy, and it's about implementing maybe balanced scorecard to be able to track how well we are doing in terms of our strategy. So balanced scorecard measures performance, and it also looks at the improving performance, and it also looks about the building the capacity of the people and having a learning organization. What did I do? That's a pointer that we need to go for a break. Good. And it also shows us the areas of improvement, what we need to adjust. So probably I can say it's 10:45. I would request that we stop there for a break. Then we come back at 11. Is that okay? We take a break for 15 minutes.
That's okay.
That's good. So let's take a break for 15 minutes. We resume at 11. We pick up from where we have stopped. Thank you. Enjoy your break. I see you at 11. Are we back? It's 11 on the dot. Please show me by show of hands whether we are back so that we can resume from where we stopped. Great, Pamela is there. Lillian is there. Edith, are you there? Irene, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Great, welcome. Irene, we didn't have you yesterday, we missed you. So yes. Kindly, as we embark, maybe you could just do a little bit of introductions so that we know each other. I'm the facilitator. My name is Rhoda. I said I'm a HR consultant. I'm a HR practitioner as well, and a professional with a couple of years of experience, and I'm CHRPK. I was with the team from yesterday, and we are going to wrap up the team, the training with you today. So kindly just tell us about yourself, Irene, so that then we can move. I saw you joined at some point. I didn't want to interrupt.
Yes. My name is Irene Wangeshi. I'm a HR someplace.
Mm-hmm.
Happy to be here.
Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, welcome. Feel much welcome. You've not missed much. I'm sure all the notes will be shared. Yes. And we'll be able to see even the video recordings of what we discussed yesterday. I think that will be available for you. Okay. So don't worry.
Thank you.
So the screen, we want to look at the difference between, we kept on talking about performance appraisal. We kept on asking, do we have performance management in our workplace? And we could have, we heard from one of the employees saying, we have performance management, but we don't have feedback, we don't have tracking. And so let's go and look at what is the difference between performance appraisals and performance management. And what we do, then we can say, I can say every organization has performance management. There is no single organization that does not have a performance management kind of a system. Even in our homes, we have performance management. Even in your personal life, you have personal management. Probably we have never sat to think closely, what is this thing called performance management? Even when you're what we're doing here, in terms of saying when to take a break, how fast can we cover this? We have a target at the end of the day. We want to ensure that people are participating. We want to ensure that people are getting and they are able to relate what we are learning with what happens in the workplaces. That is why we are sharing our knowledge and our experiences, because we have plenty of it in this room. So that's part of the performance management. I'm sure even when you're preparing to log into this webinar, you must have looked, what is the time? What are we supposed to start? I'm sure you have some writing materials and a pen to ensure that you're able to capture some of the things that we are learning. So those are the basic, simple things about the performance management. So Irene, maybe we could welcome you by reading to us the two differences, what is performance appraisal and what is performance management. Let us look at the similarities and also the differences, and maybe we just make a few comments as we proceed. Thank you. Karibu sana, Irene.
Thank you. Can I read through?
Yes, just read through for us.
Performance appraisal. Individual objectives may be included. Some qualitative performance objectives may also be included. Annual appraisal, ratings, backward looking, focus on levels of performance and merit, top-down system, monolithic system, usually tailor-made, complex paperwork, often linked to performance pay, applied to all staff, owned by HR department. Performance management, focus on organizational and individual objectives, cover both outputs, results, and input competencies all the year round, may not have ratings, forward-looking, focus on development as well as performance, joint process, flexible process, tailor-made, paperwork minimized, may not be linked to performance pay, applied to all staff owned by line managers.
Great. Thank you very much, Irene. You can
You're
see the
welcome.
differences and similarities between performance appraisals and performance management. Of key, which are very distinct, is that the performance appraisals that we normally have, they are owned by HR department. And that is why it becomes very technical, because it is in a format and a form that we push, that we tell people. So it involves a lot of technicalities and the paperwork where someone has to do it in this process and to give these results. And there is the end in mind. There is a compensation, there is a reward. It is linked to performance pay. That is what performance appraisal is about. Again, it is backward looking. We are looking at what have you been doing from January to now. I'm sure now we are already in July, a lot of people are doing their performance appraisal for the period between January and June. So it is backward looking. Then it focuses on levels of performance and also the merits because of the ranking. It has the ranks, who performs better, who is at this, who has not performed. So it ranks employees according to the performance. And most of the time, it is top down. Have you ever had an email where a staff is saying, it is yet another time, let's do performance appraisal? It always comes from HR, from the CEO, from the managers, and reminding people to do the performance appraisal. So it is initiated from top to down, and it is usually tailor-made for what people do. A lot of complex paperwork, and it is normally annual. It is on periodic basis, either quarterly, half yearly, or annual. It is that restrictive. But when it does not have to have a ranking that who is doing better than the other. It actually just looked at, are we going to the directions and achieving the goals that we want? It looks at, as a holistic organization, as a team, the organization is meeting its objectives. It looks at personal, individual objectives in an organization and also in personal lives. It covers both output and also the input. What do we put in and what do we focus to get at the end of the day? It is a no year round. There is no event that every quarter, every day, every month. It is a continuous process. And at times, it may not have performance rating. We've heard from Alice, they don't have a performance, maybe appraisal tool, but I'm sure they have reports that they do that tracks the performance and the progress, and according to the mandate of that organization, they've been performing. We cannot say because they don't have an appraisal tool, and it's now that they are starting to develop, they've not been tracking their performance management. They have maybe an implied performance management system because they have to look at the way they track. It's a joint process. It is interdepartmental. It's the whole organization as a system. It is flexible. It is not in a predetermined form, and it has minimized paperwork, and it is owned by line managers. You see, they are the key drivers, the employees and the line manager. It is at the trenches and the business, and that is why HR actually need to really partner with the business so that we are able to demystify what is this performance management, and also maybe break down the technicalities and the jargons we use in the performance management by working to the departments, partnering with them, and also dealing with the issues and the challenges they are experiencing in terms of the performance appraisal. Because you can see, even at departmental level, they have the performance management. We only need to show them what you're tracking on an everyday, how do you pack it in this format now called the performance appraisal. It will make our work very easy so that we don't just wait and record and keep on reminding them, and probably they're having challenges at the department. I will put it on slideshow. You can see my presentation, but not on slideshow. F5.
Excuse me, Mwalimu.
Yes, Alice.
Yes, I was going to say there is actually performance appraisal. We have management staff and we have the board members, the management staff
Yes.
are appraised based on the Greece, the government centralized system of appraisal. So there's something they use there. But we are thinking of formalizing the balance scorecard as an approach to performance appraisal. Thank you.
Great. That's very good. So we proceed. How do we go about defining goals and the work efforts in the workplace? We say the main purpose for any organization is to ensure that the employees all works towards the strategic goals. Works towards the strategic goals of the company. And for this purpose, it is very important that the companies should be able to define, to have very well defined and clear goals that work effectively to each employees. And each employee should actually clearly know their goals and the work effort that is required to go into them. And then we say that the work goals and the effort defined should be very specific. They should be measurable at the end of the period. They should also be challenging. If you are working in an organization where you are performing at 130%, that means the goals might be limiting. They are not challenging. They are very easy to meet. So even in terms of the growth, you'll be growing at because you're working at your comfort zone and you see competition and other people's are there. And then they should be practically feasible and should encourage participation at all the levels. So it must make, being visible means they must make the business goal, or they must make business sense, or maybe explain why we are in existence. It should be aligned to the vision and the mission of the existence of the organization. So when you say the goals must be smart, what do you mean by smart? Smart means they should be specific, they should be clearly stated of the desired results at the end of the day. They must be measurable in answering how much time, how many items must be in terms of measurable items. They must be attainable and not too tough, nor too easy. So you should be able to moderate. So I've seen organizations where they have set very ambitious targets where they say they want to make profits of the double digit, or they want to triple their profits. But when you look at now the tracking of the performance of the strategic objectives, you see they are operating, instead of the 200% they targeted, they are operating at 10%, 20%. So they need to really sit back and reevaluate the targets and the objectives that we set. Are they realistic? Looking at the market, looking at maybe the resources we have to drive. Because as we tell the people to perform, they must be supported in terms of they have the right equipment, they have the right skills, and they have the right capability to drive what the business needs. So are they realistic? Are they attainable? As I said, they should not be so easy to achieve. Again, for us, they must be relevant to what is to be achieved by the organization, and also must be relevant to maybe to the employees' kind of work they do. And they must be time-bound. Without timelines, within a year, within a week, within a month, then those will not be smart targets. Let's continue. So that is about setting the targets and the measures that we have. And then we look at the performance criteria. What are some of the performance criteria that we can look at in every organization? And we are saying performance criteria helps to translate the job requirements into levels of acceptable or unacceptable employee behavior. How should the employees behave so that they are able to achieve the objective that they are supposed to achieve? So those are some of the criteria. When you talked about the competencies, what are the behaviors and the attitude and the way we work that ought to be measured, not just bringing the numbers? Because if we give you a target, how are you going to achieve those targets? You may have financial targets. I want to be rich. I want to build this house by the end of this year. But how do you grow your financial in terms of the cost and also acquiring that money? Is it within the professional or acceptable or legal means? Can you go to break a bank and say, I've achieved my target? They must be ethical. So the kind of behaviors that must be brought into the workplace must be aligned to the performance. When you talk about collaborative working that we had talked about in day one, how are departments able to work in synergy with the other departments in terms of attaining the organizational goals? Because we don't have departmental goals. They are all delegated from the organization goals. How do we work? Do we have teamwork? How are we communicating? How are we relating in terms of the relationship with our clients? How are we engaging our stakeholder? What are some of the things that we do to ensure that we have a favorable response from the stakeholders or maybe the strategic partners that you're trying to approach to fund our project? It is also essential that performance criteria for conducting a performance appraisal, we must come up with criteria. By the time we go to the appraisal, what criteria are we looking for? And they should be very clear to both parties. Hence, we are saying performance criteria is an important determinant of performance. And we say you must know where you want to go to even begin taking the journey. So let's, again, on performance criteria, we are saying, just a minute. In terms of performance criteria, there's something that is blocking my screen, but I'll keep on struggling with it. We are saying performance criteria plays a critical role in the job analysis, performance appraisal linkage. Someone could just explain to us what is job analysis and how is it linked to performance management, especially when we come to the staff. This is actually talks to the individual appraisals. How is job analysis linked to performance appraisals? And you could start by explaining what is your understanding of job analysis. What is job analysis and how it's linked to performance appraisals? Let's hear from Margaret. Margaret, you've not spoken for some time. Is Margaret with us? Nancy is able to type, not to respond. Irene, tell us what is your understanding of job analysis? I know we had earlier defined job evaluation and how it's linked to performance appraisal. Irene? Yes, Edith, you can give it a try. Tell us what is job analysis.
Okay, so my understanding of job analysis is looking at a particular job, defining it, looking at the what is entailed in that job, looking at what are the specifications of that job, and then be able to point out all the whole description of the job, the whole specification of the job. And then now you asked, how do you link it to performance? Once you are able to define a particular job, what is required, what it entails, now you can be able now to come up with measures of how you can be able to measure that particular job, whether come up with the targets, come up with areas that you're going to look at in terms of measuring whether the job is being performed as per the specifications.
Great. That is what it means, actually. Job analysis is just analyzing the job, looking at the duties, the main purpose of that job, what are the duties and the responsibility of this job, and also putting the specification in terms of the academic qualifications, in terms of the competencies of the job that are required to effectively perform that job. Again, it also looks at the workload in a department and seeing how many people do we need to do all this kind of work so that the work is evenly and as humanly possible distributed, that the work that someone is given, they are able to do within the parameters that have been set. So in terms of performance appraisal, there's a very close linear linkage between performance appraisal and the job analysis, because once you understand and the employees understand what is required of them in terms of the duties and the responsibility, and ensuring if we do the recruitment well or the placement well, that person is very well able to carry that job. Once that is done, then their performance targets that we set and the expectation should be aligned to exactly what they do, so that you don't give target to someone on the job they are not performing. So that is how it is linked. Again, in terms of performance criteria, it's critical to define performance criteria, as it is important to have a standard by which to compare good behaviors. So what differentiates that this is a good behavior and this is unacceptable behavior? So that is how the criteria comes. And that is when we discuss the company values, we should not just list the 5 or the 6 or the number of values we have. We should always be able to unpack when we talk about integrity or professionalism. This is what it relates to your work or the existence in this organization. So there must be a very clear line between what is acceptable or good behavior and what is unacceptable or negative behaviors that need to be probably corrected. We can see that predictors are what companies look for in any individual while hiring, and criteria is the evidence of a good employees. And finally, it is important to note that here, that there is always a gap observed between the theoretical and the ideal criteria versus the actual criteria. Because if we go to hiring, we do the interviews, we do the assessment, we may do the psychometric test. Someone tells you they are very honest, they are people of integrity, but when they come to the ground, what was seen and what was recorded and what was observed through the background check, it might have a variance. It may be different. So we will progress. And now we come to various appraisal methods. There are various appraisal methods that are used in our institution. And we've talked about balanced scorecard. Let's see some of the other appraisal methods that we have. We have what we call the graphic rating scale, in terms of where you can see, especially in the dashboards, you can see how we are performing in terms of the graphs. So you can see maybe in terms of, if you're talking about strategic partners or stakeholders funding, how have we been growing as an institution? You can put it and plot it in the graph so that you see the rating scales and how we are growing and how we are performing. And probably you could also have a graph that shows 2 lines. This is what our target was, and this is what our achievement is. So if actually we have exceeded our targets, you'll find the line of the actual will be higher than that of the goals. If it's the other way around, then the other one will have maybe a different directions. One will be lower than the other ones. So there are many ways you can do graphic rating scales. Then we have what we call management by objectives. You remember we discussed as one of the techniques of collaborative management was management by objectives, where organization mostly will come up with strategic objectives and they manage and set the targets basing on the objectives. So it is managing performance through the objective and measuring of those objectives. We can have SE appraisals where people write essays and then they are appraised, and mostly these are qualitative measures. We have what we call the 360-degree feedback. I don't know how many of us have worked in an institution with a 360-degree feedback. They could tell us what happens or what have we learned about the 360-degree feedback and how is it applied. Then we have the ranking methods. The ranking methods is where we have majority of what we have as the performance appraisals. We have the forced distribution, we have the alternative ranking, the paired comparison, and then we also have others like forced. There are many in the market. Forced choice rating, the checklist, the critical incidences where we record. We have also what we call the behavioral anchored ranking scales, like when you're talking about how do we measure the competencies or the soft skill or the behavioral competencies of the job. So let's hear about the 360-degree. It's a very interesting kind of appraisal system. It could be used solely and it can also be used in combination with balanced scorecard or any other tools we have. What is your understanding of 360-degree feedback rating? Let's see a volunteer 360-degree kind of appraisal system. Someone who has heard about them, who has used it. Edith? Edith, your hand is up. Or was it a previous one? Great. Edith, tell us something.
It was the previous one, but okay, I can answer. So my understanding of 360-degree feedback is where there is feedback from both. For example, if it's the supervisor and the staff, who, so there's feedback where the supervisor is able to give feedback to the staff, and the staff is able to also give feedback to the supervisor. So it's just all rounded. Yeah, not only that, and all. Yeah, I think it's all rounded.
Yeah, it's that is very correct. Thank you for the contribution. 360-degree, it is looking at an appraisal of an individual in a 360-degree. A 360-degree is all round, where we are having, if it's a supervisor, he's getting feedback from his subordinates. He's getting feedback from his peers in terms of how they work together, and also from their superior. Let's say this is a line manager. A line manager is going to be appraised by the people he supervises, is going to be appraised by his superior, maybe probably the CEO, and also his peers who are business leaders. And also it can go even interdepartmental. Like if it's HR, how do you synchronize and synergize with the other departments like finance, like the customer care? What is the experience of the leadership of this person? So a 360-degree, it gives a very holistic view of an individual. And some of the benefits that we have with 360 degrees, we always say data does not lie, because I may be thinking this is the kind of a leader that I am. But if all my peers, or you have out of 10, 8 peers or 5 peers are saying this common thing about Rhoda, that means there is a higher probability and believable that this is what her attributes are. If actually I have a team of 10 people, and out of 10, 8 of them have said, I have this kind of a weakness, or I have this kind of gap. And then also your superior is able to analyze and see whatever people. So all these evaluations comes and meet together and gives a more, to me, it's a more accurate judgment of that person. Of course, there are issues that may come in such appraisals, and it can only be implemented in mature organization. When you are talking about collaborations and also building influences, some of the things that we came up and we saw in our workplaces are the working environment, the politics in organizations, the culture. Is it mature? Can it handle such kind of feedback? Or do we have maybe people who are fighting each other, who are malicious, where we have witch hunt, that people can even gang up to give such an appraisal to an organization or a particular leader? You can imagine an institution maybe where we have a new CEO who is transformational and who is trying maybe to challenge the status quo for an organization to change, or who is driving a change management. If we are to subject that to a 360 degree, where maybe we have a lot of resistance from up, what is likely to be the result? Is it likely to be objective? Is it likely to be fair? Or there are likely to be some biasness? So for organizations that have matured in terms of the working environment, in terms of the politics, and in terms of how they look at their performance, are the ones that it really works well. So it is a double sword, and you'll have to really analyze your organization to see how it works. Some have implemented it and abandoned it. Some are trying to implement it, but it also depends with the maturity organization and also ability of the leaders who are driving to take the feedback from the people who are coming. And again, what is the purpose of that 360 degree appraisal? When you looked at performance management, we didn't say that the performance management is a tool to sack people or to take people. And what I want to clarify, performance appraisal is not a disciplinary tool. It is far from it. Actually, the main reason for performance management, it is just to keep track of what we are performing establish any improvement opportunities that we have, and come up, we are able to identify the areas of variances and gaps, and for us to be able to come up with mitigation measures of how to close. If an employee is not performing, you've put them on PIP. Our focus should be on how do we improve these employees? How do you build them? How do you make them better performers? How do you lift your performance? So if actually the 360 degree is being used by an institution which is maybe immature to finish people or to settle scores, then is likely to be more detrimental than the benefit that is likely to have. That's very good experience. Edith, did you have any other experience from the team? I'm seeing a comment from the chat. Let's see if it's Nancy. Margaret, then Margaret is asking to be added back. Or that was done. Let's hear any other contribution. Just comment. Or maybe just speaking about what you think. Margaret had dropped again. She's asking to be added back. Do you have more sharing to do about 360, especially 360? Both positive and positive stories, or maybe where it has not worked? I think that's fair enough. We can still move on. We'll come back to it. And then we can look at the components of performance management appraisal. What are some of the pillars that makes a performance management system? I'll look at it. The components or the players in this, we have the colleagues, boss, client feedback. We talked about employee satisfaction survey. We talked about customer satisfaction survey. We are talking about peer reviews. So it involves your colleagues, your boss, or the client's feedback of the people that you are delivering your services to. We also have employees accomplishment summaries. So at the end of all this, we'll be able to have a summary. This is how Rhoda or Pamela has performed in terms of this period. It also has the overall performance summary. It has learning and development plans on how we are going to do the mitigation, if that is one of the intervention. It also reviews the goals and accomplishment, that is performance feedback, and also it involves the appraisal meetings. I believe there's no way we can do an appraisal that is effective without having a discussion. Mostly what is valued is face-to-face discussion, where you have a session, you have a discussion with your employees. Where is not practical, people can do it virtually, especially for the people who are appraising employees who are geographically distributed. So in terms of also goal setting for upcoming year, after you are done with the performance appraisal, be it for the first quarter of half year, again, you need to set and say, there are gaps that were seen in the first appraisal period. Maybe we were supposed to bring this number, we didn't make. So there was the variances that we have. How do we plan to cover them in the coming periods? So you will find that at times we have some targets being carried forward to the next performance quarter. If it's at the end of the year, we may have targeted to do this number of activities. Probably out of 10, we were only able to do 6 out of 10. So the 4 that are lagging, maybe probably they are midway. They need to be carried forward to the next period. And also as we discuss how we can come up with the new targets for the upcoming year. Again, at the end of all the appraisal, what is the merit recommendations? What is the ranking? And what are the compensation and benefits that comes to it? So in terms of organization, we have various performance evaluation ranking. We had from Edith, for them, they say they have a score of 1 to 5. Some could be 1, meaning the highest or the lowest, and others 5 could be the highest score or the lowest. I've worked in 2 institutions, 5 being the lowest and 1 being the highest. That if you are one person, 1 ranked with a grade of or a score of 1, you're among the super performers. So it depends with what the organization policy and what they have agreed. And in terms of I don't think I've seen any ranking of more than 5. It is mostly from a scale of 1 to 5. or A to C when you come to competencies. So mostly the highest will be what you call, we can use different names, but the measures are almost the same. There are those who cause the highest, which is probably the 5 that you are of outstanding performance, a 4 to mean exceed expectations. Then there is a rating of you have met the expectation. And when you look at the performance management bell curve, this is where majority of the staff are, that they have met the expectations. Then for you to exceed the expectation, you must have done something over and above what your targets were. To be outstanding and in that green, you must have done something very good that can be reckoned with in the entire organization. Then in terms of needs performance, that starts becoming a red, and there is a need for attention for the targets that you didn't meet, so that we come up with the improvement initiatives. Then the worst one would be does not meet the expectations. So what I've seen in various organizations, if you are among the star performers in the outstanding, probably a few people who are at the top of it, these are the higher flyers, you will be given quite a hefty reward or a good reward compared to the rest of the people. When you exceed your expectation, we are very happy with you. You also get a better reward. Meets expectation, there is good for the effort that you have done to the organization that we are able to meet our expectation. Again, there is a good reward. So you'll find in some institutions, when you need improvement, then we point out the areas of improvement, and probably you may or you may not get that reward. Most institutions are fair enough, they are generous enough. If you need you need some improvement, you can still get a small share of the cake in terms of the compensation. But you'll find other institutions that say, if you do not meet expectations, then we need to put you at a performance improvement plan so that you're able to move forward, and probably you might also miss the cake. And other institution has been more generous to even say, if you score a 1, if there were parameters that were beyond you, or unless you have disciplinary, you still contributed something to the organization. So I've seen organizations, whether you score a 1, a 2, you still get something it a bit may be very small, but just it depends with their compensation policy and also the performance policies that you have put in place. So if the employee is assessed and does not meet the expectation, needs improvement for a performance expectation or significant competency, the supervisor should implement a work improvement plan. There are those who call them work improvement plan, or you can call it performance improvement plan, depending with how you like it. It is just a choice of names. Then what are work improvements? There are explicit action plans which have been designed to correct performance deficiencies within a specific period to a particular employee. And probably we may not dwell to look at each and every one of them, because I think they are self-explanatory. When you say someone is outstanding, it means this is the highest possible performance rating given to any employee who consistently exceeds expectations for all the evaluation factors, all the parameters that we have set, you have exceeded all of them and consistently. When you exceed expectation, it could be you have exceeded some and not met some. So it is given to employees who exhibit high overall performance, routinely go beyond what is expected of them in order to substantially surpass all of their key performance expectations and goals. This will have met or exceeded expectations on the competencies as well. We say they are the technical and also the competencies on both now. If you meet expectations, you are fully successful in meeting all the expectations and have demonstrated that satisfactory competence in terms of the competencies parameters that we measure. And again, if you're in red, or what we can say maroon here, you need improvement. These are the category of the staff who sometimes perform at a acceptable level, and sometimes they are not consistent in terms of achieving their expectations. So we need to know why at times they meet, at times they drop the balls. What are type of the support that we can give to these people? Those who do not meet expectation, this is normally given to employees who fail to achieve any one or more key performance expectations or goals and cannot demonstrate proficiency in the competencies needed of the job. So you have to really look at it. Could it that we got it wrong at the recruitment? Do they have the required competencies for the job? Or is it an attitude issue? What could be the challenge? So it's really good that we get to the root cause of the issue. And you'll see organization where you have been able to support these employees and they don't perform. At times you may just need to separate with them. But one word of caution when you're separating with an employee on basis on man performance, the courts will demand that you are able to demonstrate as an employer that you took all the possible mitigation measures to correct the performance deficiency. It is issue of capacity. You are the person who recruited these employees. If they have capacity deficiencies, it's either you deploy them to a level that they can be able to achieve, or you take the initiative of building the capacity. Until you have tried all those interventions, they are well documented, and the employee possibly persistently perform at this level. It is only then that you can initiate the disciplinary and maybe the termination for that. Again, even for that termination, it has to go through the whole process of show causes, asking for documentary evidence, going for hearings, given time for appeal as you take all that, because the burden of proof and justifying your case is lying on the employer or as you as the HR. So before, we are going to look at different timelines and the activities that goes into it so that we can improve what we do. So we will look at different performance appraisal periods. So we will look at the time before appraisal, what kind of preparations goes into it. We will look at during the appraisal period and after the appraisal period. And also we'll also look at the feedback in terms of the feedback in the interviews on matters performance management. So these ones will co-facilitate with you. We'll have everybody who can be able to read the screens and their mics are working to just take us through. So one person will take us through, in fact, the person that will go in first will take us through the 3 steps: before, during, and after the appraisal. Then someone else will take us through the interview feedback. So let's have someone to volunteer to take us through the activities of before the appraisals, the preparation that need to go to it, the activities that happens during, and then after. Apart from Edith has really volunteered. Alice, are you in a position to take us through?
Let me read through.
Yes, try.
But your picture is blocking a bit of.
Oh, it's
okay.
blocking.
Before the appraisal, keep good record, which means both praise and criticism are most meaning something when supported by record, factual examples. To review previous goals, use previous goals to evaluate progress. Get input from others. Seek feedback from who work with the appraisee in areas they will have objective knowledge of, and get examples where available. Prepare carefully. Prepare in advance so that you can deliver the message that you intend to. Now, the last one is prepare administrative details. Agree on a time set aside, at least 1 hour. Avoid postponing the appointment and give the employee full attention. Select a location, office or a conference room. Select a location. They say office or a conference room is best. Ask the employee to prepare. Ask the employee to review her goals and come prepared with questions.
Then you take us through during the appraisal. Now those are the preparation, the choice of location, enough notice, preparation. Let's see what happens during the appraisal period.
During the appraisal period. I continue?
Yes, continue, please.
Okay. During the appraisal period, first, explain the meeting agenda. That means you outline what is about to happen for the session. Next, encourage communication, get input from others. Listen, encourage two-way communication, ask for ideas on how they can improve their performance, ask for how they feel you can help them, ask for feedback on the appraisal section. Then you stay focused, keep the session focused on past and future performance. Summarize discussion issues often to ensure agreement. Communicating shortcomings. The employee expects and should know what he needs to improve. Be open, be versatile and open-minded if you hear things that cause you to change your opinion.
And finally, that's a continuation.
Okay. During the appraisal evaluation process, begin with the positive things that were well done. Follow this with areas that need improvement and a plan on how to address them. Conclude with a reinforcement of your desire to help the person grow and improve. Then making promises. Don't make promises you do not have control over. Each is salary increments, promotions, transfers, etc. Review goals. Concentrate on a few areas, things that make a difference. Try to encourage continuation and growth in the areas of strength. Set up SMART goals that will build strength in areas needing attention.
You can take us to the last stage, which is after appraisal.
After the appraisal, administration. Complete paperwork required for the what? There's something blocking there, the appraisal. For the something appraisal. Make sure the appraisee signs on the bottom line. Mark the calendar on when your next appraisal session with the person will be. Follow up. Follow up on agreements made during the appraisal. Planning. Review what you have learned about the employee, your records and systems, yourself, the appraisal process, and your management style.
Great. Thank you, Alice. Let's hear any comment. Do you have any comments, especially before? Do we feel as HR we do enough preparations, or as the supervisors before the appraisal? Are we that meticulous in following that we have prepared well in advance? We have notified our employees that we intend to take the appraisal on this day and at this timeline, so that all of them can prepare for the appraisal. Most appraisals, I'll see they are self-driven, so that the employees are able to appraise themselves before you come and sit and have a discussion. And they're allowed to come with the evidence and the paperwork and the backing they have. And then we sit probably in an office or a conference room where you sit together and discuss the performance appraisal. Or do we discuss them on the corridors, where you see a supervisor telling an employee, you see, HR has not received your performance appraisal. So he's looking at even how that form will get to HR, not how we'll have a meaningful discussion. Then during the appraisal, this is now how you communicate. You stay focused. The issue, of course, you have seen. Yes,
excuse
Margaret.
Before you continue, I have a question.
Please
Okay,
do.
the first one before the appraisal, keeping records. Are those the targets? What records? The targets or what?
What is supposed to happen? We are looking at a session between the appraiser and the appraisee. So already we agreed on the targets and the work plan. So before you do any appraisal, that document should be with you, because it is against that. You heard what Edith explained. We have a balance scorecard where you sign off the plans. Then when you come to appraisal, you are making reference to that particular document. And then even for an employee, there are high chances that when I'm doing my appraisals, there are numbers involved. We say the data must be concrete. If I said I brought 100 clients and I was supposed to bring 150, how sure are you, even in your supervisor's record, she has or he has the record of 120? And you have, or probably you have brought 160, your target was 150, so you have scored that you have exceeded the targets. So you need to have, like, this is the list of the clients that I have in terms of recruitment. The data you in case it is needed, you should be able to keep your records very well. If tomorrow I ask you, as one of the targets for HR, our leave utilization should be at 70%. Are you just going to sit and say, I'm at 70%? I might ask, what is the evidence? And mostly the evidence you'll give maybe is the performance leave report for that last month, which is June. So you'll be telling me, as at June, this is the leave utilization that you've had. If you have financial targets, like you're supposed to mobilize, let's say mobilize deposits or do to this level. And for me, you have said the figure was 300 million. And you're saying I've achieved 400 million. Where are you getting that figure from? Is it a report, an extract from the system that can back that? If actually your supervisor is proactive enough that they already have that data, they may not ask you for that information. So as an employee, when you are preparing the record, also the appraiser, when he gives you, we are going to have a meeting, he should have kept that record or made reference to see the targets of the department was this is where we are, even at departmental level. So by the time, Margaret, you come to me, the figure that I want, I may have checked in the system to say, this is where she is, this is where you are. And if you have the periodic reviews that we are talking about, that on every week you have a report, every month there is a report on how far we have gone, I'll just pick the 3 months report and I can quickly know when you say you are at this point, you are at those points. So both the supervisor and employee need to prepare and come with that records. There are organizations that have what we call performance trackers. A performance tracker is a document or a form that the supervisor makes and maintains so that they track any incidences of, like if I want to tell you, Margaret, you always come late to work. That is a very general statement. I should be able to, you remember on this day we had a discussion about your improvement, about how you report work, on how you give the reports. If I'm telling you your reports that you're supposed to give by 10 have been delaying, am I able to cite those incidences? Because they are concrete, they are factual. I'm just talking of generality that you are a habitual latecomer. That is the kind of documentation and the records that you have. So that if someone questions why you are rating yourself this, you have concrete data. Is that clear?
Okay.
Yes,
Yeah,
it also
clear.
depends
Thank
with the preparation of your supervisor. There are those supervisors who have no clue that you are given these targets. They say, we don't have anything like that on the system. So it must be factual and based by records. Anything on before appraisal? We go, you can always stop me. During the appraisal, is this is the ideal situation? Does it always happen this way in our organization? Or we have incidences where someone has said, because HR has asked for your performance appraisal, please come, I want to meet you in the next 30 minutes before I go for the next meeting. Let's sign off your performance appraisal. Let's see where you are, and it's a rushed progress. So whatever you have scored yourself, where you scored yourself 150, your supervisor just signs that and take it to HR. This is the ideal, and we are the the keepers of this performance appraisal. So as good, diligent leaders, this is what should happen, and this is what we should encourage all our team members and leaders to do. And everybody in this discussion should come with clean hands, not with perceptions. Then we go after the appraisal. After all is done, then what happens? Then after appraisal, that's when now the departmental staff will take the appraisals to HR for sign-off, keep a record that we agreed. At times, the form will go back to the employee to agree that you have you acknowledge, actually ours, you say, I acknowledge that we have sat with our supervisor, discussed my performance appraisal, and agreed on this intervention measures, and then you both sign off. That is that. So tomorrow you cannot come and say, I was forced, or I didn't sign, or we didn't discuss. Let's hear any comments about the whole process, and maybe some of the challenges we experience at the workplace that maybe hinders this kind of a process. Observations, challenges, experiences. Yes, Pamela.
Observations and experiences. I have seen that sometimes during performance appraisals, we let people appraise each other or team members even when they have issues. I think that needs to be resolved before they can appraise. For instance, I saw a case where a supervisor and their team member had a conflict, and it was a really heated conflict. These people could not sit and even have a discussion, and it was time for appraisals. So the team member feels, no, I don't think this person can appraise me at this time, because we are going to disagree on each and every item. And what had happened is a team member maybe like raises alarm on a supervisor not having done ABCD. And you know, that can cause a lot of tension. The supervisor feels they are in charge, but the team member has raised something about them. I don't know how that can be handled. Do you first resolve that? In my thinking, I thought really it is important to resolve that, or even push the appraisal, because at that time, there is a lot of subjectivity and lacking objectivity from the two team members. I don't know whether anybody has come across such an experience. It's good to know what we did.
Does anybody want to comment on that? These are live cases we experience in the workplaces. They are there. They are cases that are come up all the time. What I want to say, there is no one fit solution for all the challenges you have in performance management. It has to start all the way from how do we work. We looked at collaborating with others, working with others, building influences. You can imagine now your boss is among those difficult people. And one thing you realize, your boss will always be your boss. And one of the attributes we've seen in performance appraisal, it is time bound. It is a form that has to be done, and the appraisal has to be done. So if it's by the end of the year, and we are in, let's say, June for the people in the government, December for the private, do we push it to next year and we say, because people have conflicts, we cannot do an appraisal? The appraisal has to be done and initiated by the employee. In this case, the employee is agreed. The performance management system, the way it operates, that is why it is very critical for you. You need to be aware also as an employee. At the beginning of the period before we even came up to the appraisal, did we sign the performance management plan, my individual performance plan? And did we sign it off? That is the agreement and the contract we have. And RODA does not work in isolation. If I'm which position? I'm a finance officer. I'm sure we have other finance officers doing that role. So if you are doing specifically the same role in that department, your targets are likely to be the same because you have the same JD and parameters the same, unless there is some uniqueness of your job. That is the beauty of signing a JD and a performance individual at the beginning of the period. If today I sign a performance improvement with Margaret, and tomorrow we fall out, and we are fighting. As a leader, there is nothing that stops me from appraising her because we have pre-agreed targets. And that's one of the aspects we said appraisal looks backward to the things that have already been done. And when I'm doing the appraisal, it is you are supposed to bring 20 goats. Did you bring 20 goats or no? You remember we said they must be smart, specific, measurable, time-bound. That is what we are going to appraise. So if we are not seeing eye to eye, we are not talking. I'm supposed to bring 20 goats, but I brought 30. Definitely the percentage, you'll just do 30 out of 20 and I exceed my targets. And that is how my records that I'll keep. I can demonstrate to you that I recruited 20 or 30 people. They are in the system. There is evidence. It is something that is factual and we have the data. So that thing will change that. Then we go to the other target. If you say, now you want to say Rhoda has been coming late because I don't like her, do we have the specific dates that she's been coming late? And if I know I'm in not good books with the supervisor and they're likely to be biased, how many of the other teams have even come later than me, but he has not raised a point? So when you have those challenges as an employee, do then what you're supposed to do your performance grading and the ranking. Give yourselves the score. Those scores, I hope our performance tool has the two columns where you can see where Pamela appraised herself. According to my own judgment, as an employee, I scored 80% because of 1, 2, 3. Those should never be overwritten. Then the supervisors or the agreed target, those should be distinct so that if there's a conflict that has to be resolved by the next person, that is HR or the performance, we have performance moderation committees or calibration committees or the performance grievance committees that is made of objective people. You can see Rhoda is saying she scored 80% and this is her data and this is her records and this is her proof. The supervisor is arguing she scored 20 because of that. So when it comes to the sign of that appraisal, an employee is free to say, I'm not agreeable to the performance scores of my supervisor because this is my performance appraisal. Of course, you'll not say I'm not agreeable with the 10 of them. There are those that you will see, especially the ones that are qualitative, that you don't have any data. You say, yes, we can compromise on that. But this particular one that I feel they're unfair, we didn't agree. So I'll say on item number 1, 5, and 7, we were not able, but you just use a polite language. We were not able to agree with the supervisor. So I can say I'll not sign off. I'm not signing off because I've raised issues. And now, if that appraisal is taken to HR, whether maybe the supervisor has adamantly signed off and goes and says, Pamela has refused to sign. The role of HR in terms of the moderation is to now find out why didn't this employee and the supervisor sign off jointly, and were there issues that were not brought up. If actually you try to talk to the supervisor, you hear their side of the story, the employee, the side of the story. If we are not able to resolve at the HR level, for where I've worked, we've always have a performance moderation committee, calibration committee, or grievance handling committee made up about 3 senior managers or 4 or 5. So those people will sit and you'll give them the facts and the file, and they may hear the both people and review. And they'll be objective. They don't work in that department. They'll be able now to resolve those issues. But the performance appraisal has to continue and give a score to that effect. That's how I've seen we've handled it in different institutions. But anybody can add. We are exchanging experiences and knowledge. And that's how we deal with it. Probably at HR, you may be able to reduce the number of conflicts from 5 to 3. But the ones that stand out now, a different committee will handle that. And a scoring has to be done before we close the performance appraisal, because we don't want to punish this employee that they miss on the bonus or the 13th check. That's how I would respond. But we can hear contributions from the other members. Edith, do you think that is insightful? or it's something we can borrow?
Yes.
Yeah. So we will proceed from there. I think we are fair enough with that because of time. So we go to the feedback interviews, and you'll allow me to read about the feedback, then we can take comments and questions so that we move a bit faster. I can see time is not our side. So in terms of feedback, we are talking about feedback in terms of the performance. So depending upon the type of appraisals of the employee, there are 3 types of appraisal interview scenarios that can arise, such as performance is satisfactory and employee is promotable, and there we don't have any disputes. Performance is satisfactory, employee is not promotable because maybe they have performed well, but there are other issues that are coming up. Maybe we want to promote them to a leadership position, though he's a very good worker and an operations person who is meeting their targets, maybe they lack in terms of the management and people management skills, and probably you need to subject them to more maybe capacity building and promoting them to courses before then they can be promotable. Or performance could be unsatisfactory, but correctable. Then feedback interview, we are saying there are few key points that managers or appraisers should keep in mind for conducting an appraisal interview, such as he should be direct and specific. He should never be personal, the kind of supervisor now we are hearing. He should encourage employees to talk as well, and he should develop an action plan for the information gathered during the sessions. Then in terms of the feedback, I think the kind of employee you're talking about is the one we are seeing in this picture. We are saying we have certain cases where an employee may be highly resentful of their appraisal results. This would amount to such an employee being highly defensive during the appraisal interview. And the following are a few things that an appraiser should keep in mind when handling such a defensive employee. Number 1, I think, is enough preparations before, because you know your people before. So you know the ones that you need to have better records than even the others. He should recognize that defensive behavior is very normal for someone who's been put on this spotlight to be accountable. And you know, there is a compensation attached to it. He should never attack a person's defense. You should just listen to them, hear the side of the story, allow them to say, give me proof, because according to me, you have not met this performance. Give us the data and records that actually supports that, then we can review the grades. He should understand the need to postpone maybe the action and say, could we have probably another session that we are both comfortable with? Or he should emphasize and understand the human limitations. You never know what side of bed you woke up from or what is happening. So that is about the feedback. Let's hear any comments, observations before we go to the next item. We see the essentials of an effective performance management system. On feedback, I think it's very closely related to what we were discussing when Edith raised that kind of a challenge. But as an employee, never refuse to do performance appraisal. Always initiate, give it in time. Have your documents very well recorded to support in case of anything. Do it, let it get stuck at the supervisor level. And let you disagree, but when you're disagreeing with the facts. Actually, one of the sorry status that I've seen when such an occurrence happen is when you can see the employee is disadvantaged. But when you're trying to resolve, the employee comes empty-handed. There are no records or any documentation or any proof. It is just verbal expressions, interpretation, views, perspectives. But when you are put on toes by the supervisor, do you have record to support or back up your argument? They have nothing. They are found flat-footed and clueless. That is the worst and the sorry status that we normally find ourselves in. So quickly, let's look at the essentials of effective performance management system. And we have 7 of them. So I'll just go through them. The first one is documentation, documenting the performance. I think that we cannot overemphasize. You see the importance of documentation and the records management and how they come in handy. Standard and goal should be SMART. We actually elaborated on SMART targets. Practical and standard format. I explained that the consultant will come with very hard tools that are not palatable, they are very difficult, and they are foreign to an institution. So it is good to take your time to ensure that the formats that you're going to use for appraisal are very practical, they are very standard, and they are very easy and simple for people to understand. One thing when we have a performance management consultant that I always demand, let us have a sample of the measures and the targets for majority of the positions. Just take up one position, give us an example, let the people be trained and they understand. And also in terms of the capacity building, ensure all the staff have been trained and ensure that the appraisers and the managers are actually taught on the errors that are likely to make or the bias and the judgment that they are likely to make, like the question you're talking about. Again, when you're doing the training for the staff, combine both managers and the staff so that they know, even the staff knows their rights and they know their expectation so that we are able to regularize such occurrences. Then evaluation techniques, a proper tool and methodology should be used. Whether that's what we are saying about, do we want to go for 360? Are we mature enough to handle? Or do we go for balanced scorecard, which is based on facts and perspective? Or do we come up with our own simple performance management tool for startups? A small startup will not even have money to invest in a balanced scorecard. Communication, indispensable part of performance management. You must communicate, right from the planning, setting of the targets, ensure people know what they're supposed to do, framing the JD. When you are about to do the appraisal, communicate. When you're doing the appraisal after and in the subsequent, communicate, and give feedback. Feedback, I think it's coming automatically. And then personal bias. This is where we're saying effort should be made to ensure that performance management is free from any influence of interpersonal relationship or personal biases. We look at those errors that are likely to come up and how the seniors can look at them. Then managers' concerns and interest in performance management. We are saying the rationale for establishing a performance management system does and must emerge from the manager's concern and interest, because what is it that we want to achieve at the end of the day? You cannot have a situation the employees tells you, my work is to sweep, so I'll just be sweeping. But why are we sweeping? We want so that we can make this such a beautiful place that when visitors and the guests come, they will like what we are having, and maybe probably there are standards that have to be met in terms of the compliance. People for inspection, if they come, what are they going to look at? So when you're arguing from a manager's level, you know what are your concerns, what are the interests, what is the end game at the end of it. To be effective, this process must start with identification and analysis of the manager's performance problem. What are we trying to cure as an institution, which is anchored in the strategic plan and related management skills in context of the specific organizations. Then managers' concerns and interests, again, that ladies pop up again. We are saying the following are the major managers' concern and interest in any performance appraisal. It's about remedying poor performance and performances. We want to bridge the gaps in terms of performance expectations, the expectations of the organization, the expectations of the employee, and the expectation of the supervisor. We need to come up to a harmonious position. We also want to secure equitable rewards and punishment decisions from management so that we combine both rewards and the sanctions, so that if actually we don't have sanctions for poor performance, how are you going to motivate the people who are high flyers and who are performing? And then you remember we said we have mediocre people in the organizations. How do we ensure that the brilliant and high performance work with the mediocres if we don't have sanctions for such people? And then the other one is softening performance pressures through appropriate planning, scheduling, and delegation. There's a lot of anxiety and fear that comes with performance management. So we should be looking at all the tactics of reducing these pressures by trying to make it very simple, palatable, and easy to understand by everybody involved in them. And also you tell them, performance management is not a tool to punish you. We just want to ensure that at every time when the CEO calls, we know where we are as a department, as an institution, so you should have numbers on your fingertips. Then performance management system, we said it is an integrated system. It is not an event, and it is also touching on a lot of issues. We have seen recruitment, we have seen the issues of technology, the issues of how we deploy our people, how we compensate our people, and such other interventions. So we are saying the performance management system consists of a set of sequential dynamic subsystems. You can see the subsystems. I've worked in an institution where we have two performance management subsystems, and one we are calling the corporate enterprise performance management system, where we start from the strategic plan, we break it down into operations plans of the department and annual plans, because we are coming from a 5-year strategic plan, break it into 5 years. So year one, what are the operation plans for year one? And then how do we cascade that year one targets to a particular operational department? And thereafter, you leave it to the departmental level, and how we are going to do the evaluation and cascading through the balance scorecard from the departmental level. That's what you are calling the bigger, or the enterprise performance management subsystem. Then we used to have another subsystem called now the performance appraisal subsystem, which started after now the departments have the performance of targets and the objective for the department. Now the performance appraisal subsystem start now from individualizing that, where now we have, of course, I'm ahead of the departments. So the performance subsystem of the enterprise, I'll take the ownership of the departmental targets. Then when you come to the performance appraisal subsystem, now I come as RODA. What is RODA's JD, and what is my personal role and contribution to that? So I make my individual work plan with my name on it, not now the HR. It is now RODA. And now from the department, you start cascading those objectives and the targets to the individual members of the staff. And it goes up to the appraisal, the reward, the compensation, the calibration, and the feedback, and also the sanction. Those are the two subsystems we are talking about. So it is a whole interdependent, interrelated parts of subsystem to ensure a smooth functioning of the whole system. Someone to read for us the performance management system, how it can be divided into 3 broad subsystems. Any volunteer? Lillian? Is Lillian back? I've not heard much from Lillian today.
Yes, I'm here.
Please kindly take us through.
Okay. Performance management system. The performance management system can be divided into 3 broad systems. One, that is the red, planning, manage, performance, and development. Amber, monitoring, manage, performance, and monitoring, manage, development. Green, annual stock taking.
Self-explanatory. This is where you're planning. Of course, even by the time you're planning with your staff, they should be able to know these targets that you want me to do. Probably, what if you've been told you are in charge of this change management of this project, and you have no competence or even training on change management? You should be able to engage with the supervisor and tell them, for this big project that is coming, for me to be able to effectively carry it, I think I will need to look for a course on change management so that I can be the change champion to be able to do as per the expectation, because the jobs always change. And also there is also the aspect of monitoring the managee performance, and also monitoring the development in terms of what you agreed, and also the annual stock taking of, after all that is said and done, where are we? We look back and do the stock taking. Lillian, again, read for us that the methodology, what we assess. You remember those questions?
These are the skills components. Examples can be technical competencies that are job specific, managerial competencies such as leadership, flexibility, achievement, motivation, and communication skills.
These are the hard-edged components. Examples: sales of X within 6 months at a specified average margin, lost time, injury rates of X or less, and then the behaviors or values. Basically, how we do business in our organization. Components, examples: importance of teamwork, demand for integrity, the requirement to be innovative.
I think those, again, they are self-explanatory. We have really discussed about that when we were looking at setting goals and the targets. When you're looking at the balance scorecard, you remember we said what are the objectives, what you can maybe relate to the 4 perspectives, the sales, the financials. We talked about behavioral issues where I was asking, do we measure the values and how we are living the values of the organization? And also in terms of the competencies. Competencies are what are the skills required of an employee to carry out those jobs. If actually for a HR, if you must have people skills, I should be able to be measured at the end of the day. How did I do in terms of the people skills, or in terms of the teamwork, in terms of your professionalism? I think that's what it means. Then organization and individual performance plans. I think we have talked about that. You remember the 2 subsystems I've talked about at the organization level and also at the individual level. So we are basically saying it's important to create and plan convergent goals and expectation in an organization so that both the group and the individual performance would naturally flow from the organization performance plans. I will ask who? Someone to volunteer before I ask. Margaret, are you able to see our screen?
Yes, I'm able.
Kindly read for us the organization and individual performance plan, what they include.
Organizational and individual performance plan. The organization and individual performance plan include the following: the organization's mission, goals, and its long-range or strategic plans, the organizational annual operating plans, circumscribing the theme or project level performance goals, organizational values and work ethics to be observed in course of achieving the goals, organization-wide job description indicating skills and competencies needed, annual operating plans, work ethics of the organization, objective and strategies for the various organization subunit, department, division, group, branches, team and project, etc. Individual employee roles, the yellow description, and performance targets.
Perfect. I think we've discussed all this. Unless someone has a comment, is what we've really been discussing and what we measure, both at organization level and also at individual. So we can move to the next item, which is steps in writing performance and goals. So we have 4 steps in how we do it, and I'll ask Edith. Edith, take us through the 4 steps. So you read for us the step and also some of the examples that we have, so that then I think now we are just coming to the workplace and giving real examples of how we do it.
Okay. So steps in writing performance and goals. Step 1, begin by writing down the basic nature of the task using a verb and a noun. Example: source new clients, increase sales volume, reduce rejection rates, complete planning phase. Include the quantity or quality that must be met by the person responsible for the task. Example: source X number of qualified clients within Y months, increase sales volume by X% by June, reduce rejection rates by 5% by the end of the year, complete the planning phase by 30th October. Step 3, if necessary, add any procedures or criteria that describe the action to be taken to achieve the target or goal. Source X number of qualified clients within Y months by actively advertising services to potential clients within the electronic industry. Step 4, review and refine the targets or goal if necessary. I can't see anything else.
That is it. Is it clear to all? I want to give an example. I think it is just cumulative. Example in step 3, and what normally happens, if you are 18 people in HR department, and one of the strategic pillars we have in the strategy is human capital. And under human capital, one of the objectives is to build the capacity of the employees to be able to achieve the goals. So that will be a pillar that will be a departmental objective in the HR department. So HR as a department will have the capacity building or the training in terms of the target as a departmental level. And it will have maybe up to by Y month, by June of 2021. That is correct. That remains at the department. Then it will come to the HOD. She'll also have a target that is similar to that. And you'll find for her to be able to do that kind of capacity building and the training, probably for me would be the planning and the budgeting, and also probably developing such projects. Then when you come maybe to my next direct reportee, what is his role? Is it the implementing the approved? Because at the HOD level, you'll ensure that the training plans has been approved. Then the other person speaks up from there to ensure source this number of clients by A1 by implementing the full implementation or 70% implementation of the approved training plan because of the budget limitation. By the time you get to the HR officer, what is the particular role in that capacity building? It will be, now you go back to the JD and the plans that you give them. Who have you assigned to ensure by actively advertising services by this period? So you give her a target which is earlier than what you're supposed to do because of the sub-steps that have to go. If another employee is in charge of facilitating or doing the logistics of the training, what do you expect at the logistics to happen? Is it the training evaluation they are supposed to do? So that is when you say, by ensuring that all the trainings that have been conducted, we have done the training evaluation, and then maybe the training reports have been filed by the clients. So that is how you keep on breaking to the number of the people you have. I think that's self-explanatory, but we'll take questions as we proceed. So let's have some of the tips. Now we are going to almost to the wrap up. So we are coming from all those technical jargons to what are the quick wins? What are the tips that we can carry home with so that we are able to implement? And I want someone else to volunteer to read for that. How? Nancy is not able. Nancy,
now.
are you?
I can read, yeah.
Nancy, read.
Thanks. Successful performance management is a mandatory requisite for any organization, means accepting and embracing change rather than holding it in arm's length. It is a continuous process rather than a one-off project. Is a people-central activity. Is done with people and not to them. Measures are credible and understandable. Is driven by the gap between where you are now and where you want to be. Measures are about efficiency, effectiveness, and adaptability. Uses techniques that are relevant and effective and uses them well. Is judged by the customer and they deserve to be delighted.
Great. You see how, if you look at it from a people-centric perspective, how performance management could be beautiful. We drop all the antagonism and the pain we want to cause in the people. Is it? It is as beautiful as the colored pencils we are seeing. And you can see the first point when we were responding to Eddie is a mandatory requisite for any organization. Because we want to track where we want to go. It means accepting and embracing change rather than holding at arm's length. It is that department. It is HR. People think performance appraisal is about HR. It is actually should be around people, with the people. How do we want to grow? We normally say people are the most important asset of an organization. So it should be working with them and not to them. So even as we're doing a performance appraisal, let's discuss with people. Let's not tell them, as we say, it is top down. Let's try to really engage. So I think those, unless we have a particular question, I will move to the next slide, which is about KPIs. We've all heard about KPIs, and we want to look at what are KPIs. And I think even in the other slides that we had, that example, it has been able to actually show us how you come up with very key performance indicators, the way you do percentages. It is grow business by this percentage. Then when you do the percentage, if actually the strategic plan has the figures, you can see this is the position we grew up, maybe we grew from. Maybe we closed at 1 billion, a figure of 1 billion. What is 5% increment? It tells you 5% of 1 billion. That means I'll need to bring additional sales of this much. Then you are able to break that with the several people. So some of the key performance indicators that can be used to measure performance are, we'll just give some few examples, and we have picked that are related to HR so that you can be able to come and pick and plug them as we go. So in terms of measuring employee productivity, we can look at the average sales turnover per employee. Look at the average profit per employee, the value add per employee. Then you can, in terms of the employee cost, we say employment cost as a percentage of the sale turnover or the profit. What is the percentage of the cost to the profit? We can look at the employment cost per employee. When you're looking at the employment cost, so you will look at the time, maybe the cost of advertisement, the people who are sitting, if there were any facilitations that were to be done, the cost of the interview, if you're hiring a hall, or that if there are people in terms of who are acting by the time you are recruiting, what was the cost of the people who are acting for that period? So you pick all the costs that you can pick from there. Then employment cost as a percentage of the operation cost. You remember the ratios that I was talking to? This is people in the financial industry. Is very critical, where we look at the wage bill is normally very high. What is that operational? You normally see the staff salaries and all the compensation and anything to do with cost, they fall under the operation cost. So if you're saying the operation cost of an institution is this much, what portion of that is actually on employment costs? We know all the costs, whether it's the leave liability, the salaries, the pension, the gratuities, the training costs, or the travel costs, all those costs comes to in that package. Then we also look at the employee turnover and the loyalty, the percentage of employees that leave the organization in any given time, or maybe within the first year, within the 2 years, within 5 years, within 10 years. Then the average length of service for the employees that you have. We continue with the examples. In terms of the recruitment process, some of the performance measures you can have is average lead time to recruit employees. You remember the example of 3 months or the 6-month cycle for senior positions. Average cost of recruiting staff. Average number of applicants received per vacancy, because probably you want to say, what is the employer brand? Do people want to work in your organization? How have you actually branded your organization as an employer of choice? Maybe that is one of the issues we have in HR. So the numbers of applications you get per vacancy, it will tell you where you are placed in terms of the job market. In terms of remunerations and feedback benchmark, is the average salary paid versus what the competition is paying. For those people who are in financial, what is the average salary paid when you look at the profit and the number of versus what the competitor is doing? So you'll be able to know how efficient are we in terms of the people that we have. Then benefits provided versus the competition. And then the rest, I think we can read the willingness of employees to recommend the company as an employer of choice. This normally comes in the employees engagement survey, that how likely are you to recommend your institution to, as an employer, to your friend, to your family, or to other people like in the colleagues you are with in the school. Then percentage of applicants or appointee who have received recommendations from current employees, especially for those organizations that recruit on referral basis, where you are asked, do you know anybody in the organization? How did you learn about our job? So you are referred by an employee. So that is why you see us capturing that data in terms of the maybe the job advert or the application forms so that we are able to capture such information. Edith, please continue to give us just some of the examples of that. Edith, are you with us? Could you read for us the last slides for that?
Okay. This one for employee development?
Yes.
Okay. Key performance indicators. Some of the key performance indicators that can be used to measure performance are employment development, that is the percentage of employees that develop individual development plan, percentage of employees that fully execute the individual development plan. Then employment career coaching, percentage of employees that participate in career coaching program, percentage of employees that have been assessed in assessment center. Then for skills, competencies, availability, look at average lead time to develop skills, competencies that are required, average lead time to close skills through competencies gap, and percentage of required skills through competencies available within the organization.
Great. I can tell you in our institution, especially the cases that we're looking for, like for Ed, we even have a performance measure or percentage of performance appraisals that were agreed by the employer, the supervisor and the employees. So that supervisor, that rogue supervisor who have a number of conflict or disagreed appraisal, then it comes out and they take responsibility. Nobody wants to be seen every time that they're having conflicted numbers of appraisals in every time. In terms of training budgets, continue.
Okay, so for training budget, expenditure on training and staff development by employee in a given period, employee satisfaction with training program, percentage of training costs, but participants that are satisfied, stroke highly satisfied with the course or program, percentage of training costs, participants that are dissatisfied, highly dissatisfied with the course or program, impact of training, percentage difference in the rate of productivity before and after training, percentage difference in the defects rate before and after training, proportion of training programs result in productivity improvements.
Yes, this is one of the areas that we are really challenged by maybe the organizations as HR, that we keep on asking for more budgets for training and training. So they always want to hear, what is the training? Do we normally measure the impact of training when we do training? So those are some of the parameters you can measure, and those are the metrics that you can give to your employer to show, actually, when we say there are a lot of errors and defects because people didn't have, and then we did this training program, then you look at how the error rates were before the training and after the training. And those are some of the metrics that you are able to use. There are many metrics. Maybe let's just go through the last one. Let me not rush, because these are things that you can pick and plug as you go. Let it finish for us. That is the last slide on that KPI.
Employee satisfaction survey index. Another one is employee motivation, percentage of employees that are committed to the organization goal and objectives, percentage of employees that are considered to be highly motivated. And then for availability of training courses, percentage of training courses that match organization requirements, percentage of training courses that match the employee's personal requirement, average number of courses requested but not offered. And the last one, internal promotion opportunities, average lead time to promotion, average lead time for promotion from bottom grade to senior management.
You can see the last one.
No.
You are obstructed like me.
Yeah.
Those are the challenges I'm experiencing from this end. But now you can see it, percentage of managers and senior managers who have been promoted internally, so that we don't have just the senior managers who are getting the promotions, but then we are forgetting about the people in the lower cadre. So thank you very much, Edith. So now, as we almost come to the tail end of this, can we look at some of the techniques of performance management? I think these are, we had looked at them. It's just like a summary. Remember, we said an SE open-ended, management by objective, the ranking, the paired, where we were picking the 360 degrees. I think that one, we had looked at them. And the checklist, all this, we had that cycle wheel that we looked at. Then let's look at, there's a question that I had posed earlier. So what are some of the conflicts we experience in the workplace in terms of the performance management? And we have had cases as we went along, people disagreeing with the ratings and the ranking, people citing they didn't sit and plan. They were just told to do performance appraisals when they didn't have JDs and they didn't have any performance plans. Those are some. So in just a summary, some of the causes of performance problems that we experience in our organization. First, unfamiliarity with equipment or the process. So that is why we need to really emphasize on training, creating awareness, and also partnering with the businesses so that they are able to understand and demystify the basic attributes of a performance management system. There is also poor peer relationship. We have had workplace conflicts, the culture of an organization where people are not saying eye to eye, that will affect the performance appraisals. Lack of time, because the time is a resource that is very limited. And the way we do our performance management, we are so much concentrating on doing, but never sitting back to reflect or to measure what we are doing. And again, when you come to performance appraisal, we have seen cases where the supervisors have no time to sit with the employee and discuss their performance appraisals. Personal differences and problems, substance abuse are some of the things that you have an alcoholic in the workplace, someone who is abusing alcohol and drugs. And then when you come to the work performance, it's a challenge. You can imagine when you're trying to appraise such an employee who probably because of those issues have been out of the office for much of the time. And some of the discussions, I think we've struggled with the union for such cases. This person was unwell. Alcoholism is sickness. He was not mentally stable. So he was not in the work environment. He was not in a position to understand what they're supposed to do. So you cannot come and rate them as one. We need to look at the other surrounding circumstances. Poor work ethics, how do we work? Low motivation among the staff because they're saying one of the challenges, especially when you don't have robust reward and compensation system that comes to HR, they always tell us, then after I do my performance appraisal, what else? What is the need for me? There is nothing. So they are not motivated and they don't see the need to do. Then the other one is lack of ability. We had talked about, have we aligned our staffs correctly, that the things that they are supposed to do, they understand, they have the skills, they have the competencies, and they have the ability to deliver. You've had cases of where people have been promoted to the highest level of incompetence, that you know someone is not an employee, a performer, he cannot deliver just because they are related to the head of HR or so and so, or just because we relate well with them, they are promoted. So they continue progressing with their levels of incompetencies, and they are not able to perform on the job. So even as much as you give them the higher job with higher targets and the objective, the people are not able to do and to deliver on their on their set goals and objectives. Again, if we promote people to the highest level of incompetency, again, even how they respond to the performance management tool, they don't know what to do with the other stuff. They don't know how to do the performance appraisals. They don't know how to give the feedback. So you'll find they'll just be signing performance appraisal as they come, and they are not able to relate to the strategic plan or even the departmental goals. So you'll find all the staff in that department are scoring 90%. Then when you come to the departmental and the strategic balance scorecard, that department in terms of the target, they are at 20%. What would you do with such a senior? Do you have such experiences? Maybe you could share experiences where all the staff has scored 80, 90. But when you look at the department or the objective of that department, they are at 30, 40%.
Okay, I can give an example.
Yes, Nancy.
Basically, you find at times when the managers know that this performance appraisal is tied to like a bonus or some monetary, they just do it rushingly just for the sake to please the staff. But ideally, when you now go and analyze the way the department is performing, then you get that 30% vis-a-vis this 80%, and you bring it out, then it comes to now a personal level. And like being objective. Now they make it look like you're the one who doesn't want them to get that, that merit award they want to get. So at times it's a bit tricky.
Yeah, the balancing.
Yeah,
Actually, you've had, but you can imagine, Nancy, now you're the one taking that, especially for those that goes to the calibration committee or even the board, for them to approve that kind of a budget. And for them, the board, they are sitting and holding the corporate performance. And you, as the head of HR, you're working with a document where all your staff are at 90. If they ask you that difficult question, what are you going to respond? You'll come across that you don't even understand your job. I know there is that conflict about the senior managers who feel I should not be the one standing on the way for someone to get a huge. Yes. So again, some will even intentionally push it to you so that let it be the HR who says. But then when you take it back to them, what was your target? Or maybe it could be the incompetencies of the manager, because I've also seen that Rhoda has been given a target of bringing 1 million. Let me use goats, 1 million goats. Then I have 5 people who are supposed to assist me to bring the 1 million goats. So I'll only give them a portion of the 500,000. Then I remain with the 500 and I don't know what to do with them. As an individual, I cannot deliver. So you'll find the people that I have, if I gave them a target of 500,000, which is 100,000, 100,000, then they have achieved their target. And that is what you signed off with them. So then they rightfully, as you agreed and discussed, got what they. But as a departmental, what happens to the unallocated targets? And how does it relate to the corporate? So you end up be the one suffering. Because again, that bell curve and the corporate performance, the cumulative should relate to the corporate performance. As I think Edith had given as an example, that an average of the staff performance reflects on the corporate performance. So what are some of the challenges that are involved in performance management process? One of it, resistance. Performance management is highly resisted, just like any other change, because it is aligned to a compensation. So people are anxious, they feel they don't have the ability, or they are threatened, or there's something to lose. And maybe the tools we have are very technical. So there is a lot of resistance. The other challenge that we normally have is lack of competence. I think I cannot overemphasize that. The other one is creating a rating instrument. How do we rate? Do we rate these people? What do we do? Then determining the evaluation criteria, which comes right from the planning. Those are some of the challenges. So in terms of the determining, the challenges can be overcome through various ways. Some of them we have discussed. In terms of evaluation criteria, we should have quantifiable and measurable and smart targets. In terms of creating a rating system, we should have a policy on that. So we should focus on development of the employee more than the competition among them. In terms of the competence, it is our responsibility. So careful selections of raters and evaluators. And that is why we don't leave it as HOD levels. There is always a performance management committee that does the calibrations. They look at all those perspectives. And the beauty and what I like about this committee, the questions that may be taken to you as a HR for burden, then it is spread through an objective committee. And that committee ensure you have someone who is dealing with your financials. The finance department, the head of finance should sit in that committee. Of course, the in charge of HR has to sit in this committee. Again, you look at the core business operations, the people who are leading the core or the main businesses that are actually very instrumental to the performance of the organization. Ensure they are part of that committee because they carry the bigger masses and the staff. And when you are challenging such issues, even the in charge of the department should be able to be told by the other people, as a department, when you go to the balance scorecard for the institution, my friend, you are scoring a 20. And when you look at cumulative of your people, it is very to improve that. So I think we have talked some of these issues, especially the cases that have come from the workplaces. And these are some of the errors that happen in the performance management. The things and the challenges we are talking about, we will look at some of those errors. Can I pause there so that we have comments, questions? I know I've moved very fast. I want to really respect your time. I can see it's 10 minutes to 1, but we are almost at the tail end. We just have 2 or 3, not more than 10 slides to go, and then we'll be done. Before we go to errors of performance management, where we'll have all those things that Edith was raising, you can see, and this is one of the areas that should be trained to all the appraisers. I don't know whether we normally have appraisers training, that we can speak these two things to them. Up to where we touched. Let's see if there are any questions, comments, especially on the areas of the challenges and how to overcome them and the problems. Do you have any? We are good. Silence means we are good. So let's go to the last portion, then we can come. We'll still have room for Q&A. So some of the common errors of performance, of course, it's not an exhaustive list. We normally pick just the ones that we are able to pick, and then we look at each one of them in details. So the different ways in which the ratings given by the appraisers to the employee may be prone to errors. And such false ratings and various errors may adversely affect the data collected during the performance appraisal and may be misleading. And some of the most frequently causes of errors are as follow. We have unclear standards. When the standards have not been well defined, then a lot of errors. We have what we call the halo effect, personal preferences, prejudice and biases, discrimination. I just don't like your face. First impression, central tendency, where in the calibration committee, we have to force the graph of the people's performance ranking to take a perfect bell curve. Then the lenience and strictness errors, the recency effect, actor-observer bias, and also the stereotyping. So in terms of the leniency and strictness, I've seen where we said people have different personality, they have different competences, and they have different approaches to the way they do performance management. So you can find 2 supervisors. One supervisor in one department is very lenient to their staff, and he will look at the appraisals and give the scores very generously. Then you might go to another department and find the senior manager there is very strict and detailed, that he looks at the facts and he keeps records. So those are some of the things that bring, so you'll find one department, people are scoring very highly, like the departments I gave, then others are performing moderately, and there are others who are really
You disappeared, Mwalimu.
Hello, is Mwalimu there?
I think we have lost her.
Yeah, Mwalimu is not there.
Hi, are we still there?
Hello, Alice.
Yes. Yes.
Hello, Alice.
I can hear you now, but
okay, Mwalimu is having challenge.
Yes.
Okay, Mwalimu is having challenge, but she'll be like she'll be back in a few minutes. She's working on that issue.
Okay.
Yeah, she told us to hold on. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.